So early doors. I'm going to invite up people to come and chat. It gets boring otherwise, to hear my own voice. Um, but I want to start the evening off with the fake, um, the fake aspect of crypto Twitter and potentially events coming up in the future. So hopefully, most of you who are joining tonight are of my wavelength. Um, are a little bit aware of the way the world really works. And yeah, and you'll take, if you're not, well, you'll take my views with a pinch of salt. Good evening, Welshie, Tom, Danny B, SNL, I am Do, Malin. I've seen a few familiar faces there. All right, so it's been going a few minutes, I might as well start. So yeah, switch up if you want to chat, you want to get involved, please just hit the button. So I'm going to start with the fake aspect. And what's inspired this is recently we've had a lot of the fake Riddler conversation. There's a lot of strong people pushing that narrative. But before I go into that, I'm going to rewind to the 4th of July, 2023, when that lady on the plane saw the whatever she saw at the back of the plane saying that motherfucker's not real. I think that sets something up for something that's coming. I don't think that was a one-time event. I think that occurred for a very good reason. I've seen spaces talking about it. I've seen some of her posts since she's come public. And yeah, so I think they're hinting at something fake coming. Something that will be seen with your own eyes, and you've had your warning that it's not real. And I think that is transitioning into the crypto space as well, and the Riddler side of things with all of the fake accounts. And they're getting a lot of heavy leverage from certain players. Now, we had Mr. Poole come back the other day. Now everyone proved that it was fake. And he had some chap, I don't know who he was, saying he was the friendly owl. And here's the proof that Mr. Poole's not real. And after that was publicized, Mr. Poole disappeared again, or the account pertaining to be. But what was interesting, I looked at the dates of his return in comparison to when I think something's going to happen, and I published it, and I said, I think this account, Mr. Poole, is telling us mid-November, 13th was the particular decode. Mm-hmm. And that synchronized with a few other things that I'm expecting around that time. And then, of course, V13, one of the other fake Riddlers, published something else today that's getting a lot of flack for being fake. And quite frankly, I and a few others, we don't believe they are fake, some of them, or elements of them, or if they're not the original account, they're still being controlled. How would the people that believe they are fake know they are fake, unless perhaps they had some control of them, is my psychological input to that. So, but anyway, without dwelling too much on it, I don't think that you can believe anything you see in this space, and I think you should have open ears and eyes to every scenario. And what I expect the fakeness to turn into is going to be something in November, I feel, and I think it's going to be related to this whole. I think we're coming to the pinnacle of all of the agendas and all of the psyops. I think we're coming to that pinnacle point. So we've got the Q, the 10 days of darkness. We've got Klaus Schwab's cyber attack, and little does anyone know yet, but the bear's secret plan. It's not so secret, it's quite visible when you see it. And I think, and that includes the takedown of financial services. I think that's all coming in November, and it's all coming as one, and we're going to realize, or everybody that's involved is going to realize, that all of these little psyops are one and the same, from pretty much the same origin. Obviously, Klaus is very, a lot of people are very emotive about his play in the World Economic Forum. Q is just called a psyop for crazy people. That's generally the view. I'm not saying any of them are crazy at all. They're just latching onto something that seems very interesting. And of course, the Riddlers and the Bear. And I think it's all going to come to one with an event in November. And what's interesting, I'll go back to that woman who was on the aeroplane on the 4th of July. That was Independence Day. She'd pulled that stunt on the plane, and it was conveniently filmed from the right angle to pick up her finger signals, 2 up, 2 down. Now, 2 fingers can be represented as 11, and that is the element that I'm talking about, 2 11s. From the 4th of July to the 2 11s, the 11/11, is exactly 4 months and 7 days. So you've got the 4/7 repeated. And I think whatever it is, I think there's certainly going to be, I think the cyber attack happens this year. I think it happens around then. And I don't know if there's going to be some sort of event that's fake with it. I've even considered the idea of a massive crypto glitch, as seen in, there was some a TV singing show where it was advertised with a scorpion, and in the background was on the screens as though the crypto was glitching and going crazy prices. Kind of get the feeling we might see an excitement grief moment in crypto, and if we get what I believe is going to play out, some sort of event, cyber event, some kind of disruption to the system, I think we might see some glitches with it, and I think we might see some crazy prices that we cannot access. So I think that could be our excitement grief. But yeah, back to the sort of the fake Riddlers. I think that the narrative is being controlled very well from a select few, and I think there's little hints coming through from those main accounts. They send a message, disappear. I believe there is. I have successfully decoded first Decider, V13, and the new Ross Vandermeer, who's been here since 2020. Posting shit clearly, and I wish I'd realized it sooner, but it's a long time. The effort that those accounts go into to be fake is ridiculous, and if perhaps they aren't the originals of whoever they were supposed to be, it's convenient that they've been taken over by people who are incredibly good at creating riddles. They're all time-based riddles, or numerical riddles. All stems from the Cicada 3301 days. If you've ever watched one of those videos, the skill that some of the people had to solve 3301 puzzles was just out of this world. It makes me feel completely thick. In relative terms, these riddles are an absolute walk in the park comparison to what that was. So I just think, just keep all your eyes and ears open, and don't believe what the main pushers are pushing. I think there is, the reason I think is that we're seeing a lot of this theatre is because when this occurs, this event in November occurs, I believe it all goes away. I believe you'll never see the Riddlers again. Disappear. So yeah, that's my introduction to fakery fakeness. Would anyone like to step up and have a little chat? Okay, I'll take that as a no. Moving on. What do I think is coming up? Well, okay. So basically, I'll give you a quick synopsis of what's happened to me as a decoder. July 2022, I had like a week of epiphany. I went mad. My wife hated me for a week. I was decoding riddles, and everything was coming up to the 13th of August. I just, went for this mad sort of spell. I was looking at the bear and moons, and lots of other things. And I've subsequently realised this year that it was an incredibly important decode and great process to go through. But weirdly, this same July, so something about July for me, I had another week of epiphany, and just like Neo in the Matrix, everything just seemed to come together. I just started to really put everything together and understand the code that a lot of the insiders are providing. And what I've realized, the one thing that the main thing that I realized suddenly released from me was this the previous absolute fear I had of selling any of my XRP. Because when you gain an insight into the real timeline, the real likelihood of what's going to happen, and I'm not saying I do, but I think I've got a good idea. That allowed my emotional attachment to XRP to just dissolve overnight. Because, somebody, I don't know if anybody here listens to Waters Above Crypto, but I struggled immensely to relate to him because he didn't believe in the Riddlers, had no concept of them. He just had this, very esoteric background and seemed deviously smart. And he was never playing into any of the ideas that XRP would moon. And now I get why. Because I really don't think anytime soon there is any kind of £1,000 dollar overnight switch of the flip. Flip of the switch. I really don't. From what I can see, I think this year we're going to possibly see some bullish sentiment towards the end of the month. And from everything I can see, 22 years after 9/11 and 3 weeks, that's the 223, the skull and bones reverse, I think we're potentially going to see a crash. And I've got that information from various sources of old riddles, using the time-based formula to take me to the 2nd of October. Now, the 210 is a very sort of Masonic number. It's the number you see on the hands of every watch in every watch store and every advert. And there's quite a lot of numerical connections, but it's 1,300 days from lockdown as well, among many others. So I think, anyone listening to this, if you keep your mind open to the idea that there could be a big crash the early part of October, and what I'm looking for is bullish sentiment in the markets towards the end of September. And if we get that, it's kind of going to be my confirmation that that's probably going to occur. I think most people are, waiting for something to happen like that as well, to be honest. So, but I think the mistake could be, so a lot of people are expecting crypto to rise immediately from those ashes, and I really don't believe that's going to happen. I think there's going to be an all markets crypto reverse. I think the reversal for crypto will be much quicker. And I think you should be, if it occurs, if you've got money on the side, I think you should start flinging it in, or have flung it in the market by the 13th of October, Friday the 13th. Lucky for some. But lots of things that have come to me with regard to that date. So yeah, just make a note, and if it happens, that's a good go signal for you. It's not financial advice, it's just what I've perceived in my research and my decodes, etc. And then I think we get the Mr. Pool reversal. So I think we have the crash, reversal, reset. And now the reversal, I think, could be quite a volatile, very quick period for crypto where the money starts to flow. And I don't think you need to be all in on XRP at that point. I believe you could be diversified, and that's because I don't believe. Well, I think XRP is I would buy the majority of, but I'm going to take a gamble on a few other things. Make sure, and so there's a few other things that have survived the crash, and potentially look at a few others. And that's because I don't believe XRP moons until 2024. Now, what do I mean by moon? Hey, Devin. Yes, you can come in. What do I mean by 2024? 2024, I believe, I've heard it said by some big players previously. What do I mean by moon? Sorry. Moon is just... It's good. What I believe we're going to see is 2017 again. We're going to see a bull run, and it's going to last a year and a half. And I think you're going to go through a lot of emotions. And I think the people that have been trained to believe $1,000 overnight, haven't realized that it's a riddle, are going to be waiting and waiting and waiting for the flip of the switch, and it's never going to come. And the people who really do well in this next bull run coming up are going to be the ones that essentially ignore the riddles and they follow their TA. Because all the riddles were at an advantage. Because if you know exactly when it's going to hit the top, which I'm not saying I do, but I'm saying I might have an idea, that's where you gain the advantage. And if you know that, which I believe a lot of the insiders that are leading people on this journey, I believe they know that, and they're going to gain the biggest advantage. Yet, their main advice is hodl and maybe take 10% profits. Now, are they doing that because they're testing you, or they're doing that because they want the best advantage? I'll leave that up for you to decide. But yeah, that's what I believe is going to happen. There will be significant events, no doubt, and I think there will be difficulties in regulations to cross where we store our money, where's the safest place to store money. But if there's an opportunity to sell XRP at quite a reasonable price and then buy it back cheaper, then that is how I gain value in my holdings, rather than just hodling. I think I'll become far richer by doing that. That's the kind of the idea. That's what the bear taught us. He taught us in Lodestar 3 to buy the fear and sell the greed, and that hasn't changed. The thing that has, what's the word? Entranced, I suppose, is the few influencers in the XRP community who have made everybody believe for the last 2 years that we were going to moon anytime soon, and that is not going to change. I think that behavior will continue, although I think from November you'll probably find you're on your own, and then you've got to deal with everything that you've learned along the way. Devin, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. I jumped in late. I was listening to everything you were saying as soon as I came in. How are you?
I'm very well. Let me just see if I can sort a problem, because I've got my headphones in, but you're coming out of my phone, not my earphones. So let me just unplug and replug, see if I can get that fixed. Give me some vocals, Dev. Okay. Hit me up, Devin.
Okay, I can hear you now. We going in and out. There we go.
Yeah. Cool. That's fixed it. Yeah, how are you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I caught you at the very end. I didn't hear when you said you were thinking that the market was going to crash.
Oh, yeah, no worries. Yeah, just a quick recap. I'll just read from Tom here. BG123 also said that pigs get slaughtered. At what price do you plan to sell? When do you think that will happen? Okay. Yeah, I mean, BG has given us a lot of info to digest, and I think a lot of those things, are time-based potentially. And greedy pigs, yeah, fair enough. But aren't the people that are controlling the emotions and the narrative, aren't they being greedy pigs as well? Or could there be a different meaning to that? I mean, it could be quite open-ended. But Devin, yeah, I think October the 2nd is where I'm looking for a potential crash based on everything I've understood from some of the riddles I've put together and just time-based occurrences like 9/11. It's been 22 years and 3 weeks on the 2nd of October. It's 1,300 days since lockdown. There's quite a few other factors, but also it fits with my decodes of some of the older riddles by some of the accounts.
It's interesting that we're talking about this right now because last week, me and my father had a big debate, semi-argument, because I was telling him that I believe that the crash is for sure going to happen this year. And he actually works for a firm downtown Chicago. And he was telling me that he knows it's going to be first quarter, right? So we were debating. I was telling him I don't think it can go past first quarter. I mean, past this year. He was saying it's going to happen first quarter of next year. And I was telling him I was basically taking sides with Michael Berry, right? To short the market. And he
Yep.
was saying, no, 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 this isn't the time. First quarter for sure. And last night, we ended up having a whole discussion last night with the family because it was my dad, my brother, and him. He was actually told to come into the office because he's going to have to fire 1,000 people this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now he thinks that there is going to be massive layoffs because his company, I think 1,000 is just the first round of layoffs. They tried to get everybody to come back into the office because they knew that everybody wasn't going to come in, and then they could just let those people go off without making, massive, panic events. But everybody has come back that would come back, and they still need to lay off 1,000 people, he said.
Yeah, I was having a similar conversation with my wife. She's got a colleague of hers whose wife works in the banking system, and 4 out of 5 employees are being sacked from this bank or made redundant. So it's definitely starting. I just have to walk around my local shopping center. The rates have gone up so high, most of the shops are closing.
Yeah, that's another thing. I'm actually getting ready to lock in on a condo. I have to do it now. I really wanted to wait until next year, but from everything that I'm hearing, 8% is probably the best we're going to get for the next 3 years, they're saying.
Well, you probably missed the bit at the beginning where I think there's going to be a cyber reset in November.
A cyber reset. Can you go more into that? Did you see that? Was it? 'Cause I know you're overseas. It was one of the big hotels here in the States got cyber hacked.
Oh,
I don't know
no, I
if you
didn't.
saw that. I'm gonna send it to you now. Hang on a second.
Okay. Just while you're doing that, Malin, you asked the question about price. I'm just going to be conservative. I'm going to keep it really simple. Everything's telling me around about $10 is a very, very sensible price to be aiming for the early part of January. And all I would say is just, when you get to that, just measure the excitement stage, the euphoria in the market. Measure how you're feeling and if that price is hitting on a particular day when that's happening, then you're probably good to start taking some profits. The first couple of weeks of first 2 to 3 weeks of January is sort of my gauge on that. But what I actually think there will be that will come with that, and I've advertised, is I don't think the lawsuit's done. I don't get into the details of the lawsuit; it bores me. But in terms of a resolution, I don't think it's done by any means. And we can talk about that in a bit. And I think it ends in January. But what I think we're going to get, and this can be your gauge, other gauge if it occurs, is a buy the rumor, sell the news scenario. So if that happens, that can be your gauge. And and then I think onwards from there, I think if there is some sort of retrace, consider all your options.
By the way, I just sent it to your inbox. Actually, I just posted it at the bottom. I don't know how to add it to the Jumbotron, so everybody can see. I think it was MGM. A lot of their hotels have just gotten cyber attacked.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I was looking at it now. 3:14 p.m. It's interesting.
a lot of hotels are actually at risk of being threatened. And it was I got some from one of my family friends who was an alderman out here. He was telling me that hotels have actually been lobbying heavily to get rid of things like Airbnb and stuff like that because they really want to start pretty stronghold in the real estate market. I don't know how much validity is into that, but
Wow.
that was also one of the things that I've been hearing a
Airbnb
lot
is
too.
massive. Airbnb is big. I mean, I think the only way they're going to get rid of those is if they somehow pull the wool from underneath the landlords, and the only way you do that is by increasing interest rates, and then create a reason for people not to go on holiday, right?
I can see that point of view, but also if you look at it from what's been going on, they have been raising interest rates, and they have
Exactly.
been, so I could see hotels really, trying to throw their weight right now because they're the ones they've been taking massive hits and massive cuts over the last few years, and I think this is their opportunity to like kind of stronghold those emerging markets like that.
Yeah, no doubt. So, so it's interesting that you've seen that cyber hack. I mean, I think there has been a lot, and I think with any kind of event, there's going to be the warning signals. And basically, yeah. So what I was saying earlier was, I think that in November, we are going to see the culmination of all of the psyops come together. Now, the Q, the 10 Days of Darkness, Klaus Schwab's comprehensive cyber attack, and one that nobody has picked up on yet, and I'm yet to publish it. But it was published by Bearable Guy himself and Mr. Poole, and they have outlined how they are involved in that same scenario. So I think when it comes to the event, people are, the people that believe in Q are going to go, wow, it's happening. All the baddies are getting killed. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's more a case of controlling the excitement, the narrative, believing the good guys are in control. And Klaus Schwab, on the flip side, is the bad guys. All narratives are going to come to one. So it's a very, very confusing. But that's, I believe it's all going to hit at once. And I guess it depends what you want to believe at the time.
This year, you saying this year, November?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I can't say I disagree. I would have thought it happened last year, to be honest. So,
well, it didn't.
Yeah, that's why I said I can't disagree with it.
Oh, you can't disagree. Oh, okay.
No,
sure.
I don't disagree with it. I think it. Like I said, based off my predictions and everything that I would have saw, I would have thought it would have happened last year.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of us thinking it was going to go down next year or last year. And who knows? I might be completely wrong. But I was, the event with the woman on the plane talking about those motherfuckers. Remember that?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, she was a huge part of the collective kind of like wake up. This is what's coming. She did that on Independence Day. That event happened on Independence Day, and it's obviously you got the 4 and the 7. Independence Day was exactly 4 months, 7 days till 11/11, 11/11, and that's the symbol that she held on her fingers, 2 fingers, each hand, 2 up, 2 down, to like the 11s. So I'm not sure if she's trying to tell us that there is going to be an event that we shouldn't believe, that's fake.
Well,
Isn't real.
yesterday Mexico just released, what was it? Um, Non-humanoid bodies, I believe. So
Oh,
whenever
really?
things like that, whenever they're releasing those type of things and it's hitting
Yeah.
mainstream, I know it's
Yeah.
time to look for something else. I don't know if
Mm-hmm.
they were saying that they were alien corpses, but I don't know if you guys have seen it, but they did it
No.
yesterday. Um, yeah, I'll share it. I wish I knew how to add it to the jumbotron.
Oh,
But
it's okay. I believe it. Yeah.
whenever they start doing things like that, they had a whole press release. It was in Mexico. The bodies were really, really small too. It looks just like the little small
Yeah.
figures from Men in Black.
Oh, really?
That's when you know that something even bigger is working in the background.
Oh, definitely. Well, there's
So
they've been working on. I mean, I watch a few like channels that sort of do weird and wonderful, like document weird and wonderful from all over the world, and the amount of sightings of UFOs that actually look like UFOs this year and last year have been have been plentiful. So I do think, even if I'm not going to say little green men, but if you remember, there was a David Schwartz image, and he was pointing the camera up towards him, and he had that reset T-shirt on with all the zeros and the yellow line. But I think I can see how that comes to the same period I'm looking at, and what he's actually wearing is a tinfoil hat. So I don't know. I don't know what to expect, but perhaps we might need a few of those. Item collector, how you doing, brother?
I just posted it at the bottom for everybody to see. Anthony Pompliano actually said it too. Uh, they unveiled alien corpses and nobody seems to care. It was actually quite wild. I was seeing it yesterday.
Oh, cool. I'll check that. I'll check that out afterwards. Thank you. Yeah, your mum, Ligma. Yeah, the skull and cross. We're in the skull and crossbones year. Um, it's always going to happen.
Did you ever check out the Roads Execution?
Say that again.
Did you ever look into the Roads Execution that I told you about last time?
You know what? I haven't. I'll be honest. I haven't yet. No,
Look
I
into
should
the
have done.
Roads Execution because a lot of things that people are looking for Masonically, a lot of
Hmm.
it you're going to find in Roads Execution, and a lot of it you're going to find in Oddfellow.
Can you send me a DM with just
Absolutely.
those 2 words on it?
Absolutely.
Or
I'll send
thank
it to
you.
you right now.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, I've got those other things you sent me. Was that the? Yeah, that was something different, wasn't it? Yeah, don't worry.
Yeah, that was something different. That was something completely different.
Yeah, yeah, I remember.
Similar, but different. I think it's more for personal use and it'll help expand what it is that you're already looking into right now.
Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, I mean, I've got a strong belief that all the riddles disappear in November. If we go back to the Ripple Riddler, one of the Ripple Riddler videos, yeah, the arms reset at 11/11, and then he disappears, and
Do you
that fits
follow
in.
T's crypto?
No, I don't. I probably used to, but I got very, very bored with the actual technicals. I don't care. It's just not something that interests me. It's just an investment.
I know for a fact if you actually engage with him
Yeah.
in certain conversations, he is actually aware because I know he's 357 as well. Me and him have actually talked, but like you said, he's very technical. I'm actually going to try to get him to come over here because he does engage in that stuff as well. Like he does see because a lot of the realers that some of their symbology is so clearly obvious that they have some sort of Masonic information.
Oh yeah, no, I've
Yeah.
got no doubt that there are Masons, Knights Templar, some
Hmm.
sort of group like that. No doubt.
No doubt in my mind. I actually
And
think
yeah.
Howard Moon. Or who is the problem? Mr. Poole. I think Mr. Poole posted something once, and I actually just recently had to go back to it because I just went up in one of my degrees
Hmm.
recently. So I know that one of the things that he shared, either his knowledge of it is very deep. That means he studied so much that he might as well have been a Mason, or he is a Mason.
I mean, I've said this before. I think when you look at what David Schwartz brings to the community, people like Scams, you got the accounts bearable guy, Mr. Poole. It all goes back to Cicada and way before, and we're actually learning, being given assistance from the very best in the world. Like there isn't, I don't think there's probably anyone better than these people to guide us through whatever it is that they're guiding us through. And I think a lot of it, is it's kind of a recruitment drive, because if I said to my wife the other day, I feel like I've progressed very, very well understanding these riddles. I have a few private conversations with a few people that have been very useful. And I think, if I do become wealthy as a result of learning this trade, what am I going to do? And I'm not saying it will happen, but someone comes knocking on my door and says, right, you've gained now, and we helped you. Come and join the club. I can't say no. I can't say no at that point. I've literally gained off of your knowledge and wealth, and you've opened up my eyes and ears to an esoteric world, a world of cryptography, code, secrecy. So if I do benefit, I'll have no argument to reject anything like that.
Well, as you know, I'm always pro as long as you go into the right one because they're all not the same. Like you know my stance on that.
Yeah.
I'm very pro joining the lodge, but
yeah. Well, I mean, it's not something I've ever thought about or ever, think about. But I find the entire movement interesting because I don't even imagine they will come knocking. But I wonder if they just hope that the wealth that some of us are brought into eventually leads us down a path of influence. And maybe, I think when you are wealthy, you probably end up rubbing shoulders with people who are already in those kind of clubs, and the rest is history.
Absolutely.
Senor, is that your cat? Or is that yours, Devin?
No, that's not mine.
That's okay. Senor, you've obviously got some noises. I don't actually know how to do that in Spaces. Maybe it's an Apple thing. Okay, this is random.
Yo,
Item, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you, man?
I'm very, very good.
I see we got Devon on again.
Devon, yes, and we've got
Yeah.
a live cat with us as well.
Oh, wow, that's perfect. So I heard you guys talking.
I don't know if this is some secret code to tell me to shut up. I don't know. Anyway, I'll carry on. He didn't. Oh, okay. Well, we'll see. Anyway, how are you, bud? Okay, I can't hear anybody.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you now. Yeah.
All right. So I heard you guys talking about the humanoid bodies that Mexico released.
Mm-hmm.
Funny thing, like in the Netherlands, we have this we call troonrede, and it's when the king, who doesn't really is not really a person of power, he's just like a puppet at this point. He reads certain things that will happen in the coming year, right? So one of the things was that we should prepare all of us for either another pandemic or other existential or external factors or crises. And that made me think or relate to the stuff you said, that they might do something with an alien aspect, like a fake invasion of some kind or whatever. Not saying that it will be real, because I don't know about that, but yeah, they might think of something, pull out all the stuff they have, all the puppet shows they have. Might be one of them, but just made me relate to that. So
yeah, I mean, it's conceivable. I didn't actually expect that scenario to
play out.
To play out until I think that will actually play out. But there's been so much predictive programming, although it could be, the alien element can just be, describing a foreign body or something different. It doesn't have to mean what it means. But I wasn't expecting that to play out until 2027.
How come?
It's just the way I listen to Archaics a lot, and I like his predictive analysis, his method. And if you go from 1998, which he says is a real pivotal year, back to the moon landing, which of course is debatable to some as a big crock of shit. You go forward. If you go forward the same number of years from 1998, it takes you to 2027. So anything the moon.
I also like the. Are you still laughing about the cat?
Yeah, I am. That's fine. He can meow away. That's fine.
I really can't hear the cat anymore, but
okay.
But the most funny comment to me is, we went to the moon, but we destroyed that technology. We don't have that anymore.
Yeah,
it's one of my favorite quotes.
Yeah, yeah, mine too. I think it's one of the first things you find out when you're sort of waking up and you sort of start delving down that. You're like, what the? Anyway.
What the hell?
Yeah.
That's a stupid. That's a stupid quote. Yeah, but it's good.
It's all done. It's all done.
Yeah, but I also like the way that they for the last, I don't know, decade or probably even longer, maybe since the 1950s even, that they've been hiding the fact that aliens could exist, right? And this all contributes to once they come out with aliens do exist or whatever they have in mind.
Yep.
It's easier for everybody, I think, to accept it because so many conspiracy theories have been out there, or not necessarily conspiracy theories, but just theories, right? So I think it might actually contribute to adopting that idea that's possible.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I noticed with predictive programming was that if you take, for example, a lot of the infighting in the world between every race and every religion, the predictive programming I've seen kind of suggests that an out of this world force would unite the infighting on this planet. Does that kind of make sense?
Didn't and it's not Bush, it's who's the is it Reagan, I think, who said that? I think he said something similar like that, right?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, which I don't know which one, but it was one of them. Yeah.
I don't know what the quote goes like, but I think it was something like, "What if we put aside all our indifferences,
Hmm.
or we would put aside our indifferences if we would been threatened by a existential force," as
Yes.
something along that way.
Yeah. It would be interesting to find out when he did that quote
Yeah,
to
exactly,
compare
to
it
to
to
count that back.
Yeah,
That's really
absolutely.
interesting. That'd be
Yeah, good.
cool.
I'm glad you pointed that out. Actually, I'll try and Google it.
Yeah, I'll write that down too.
Yeah, please, if you can have a look as well, and we'll find that answer. Maybe even by magic, somebody on here already knows the answer to that.
Yeah,
If
who
you
knows?
can post it down below.
But
Just
would you just like use the date that he said that, and then select it to this date, or how would you?
I would just do comparative analysis to a date I have in mind, and then just see if any of the numbers look interesting. Then I'd compare those dates with significant events like the end of the Mayan calendar, 9/11 event, Fukushima, and just kind of the simulate. There's better people than me who can really figure out sort of the connections. But
Yeah, I just come up with some ideas. I don't really know how to
mhm.
decode stuff. Actually, something that funny. Well, it's not really funny, but something happened last week. It works in sets of three. Um, I lost one of my rings. My hard drive broke, and my bicycle broke, and this all
Oh wow!
happened in the span of 3 days.
Oh wow!
So that was quite funny. And now, yeah, I just thought of that, and that happened like the last day was the 9/11 day. It's not
Oh
really anything massive,
no.
but
That's interesting because those kind of things happen. That they happen a lot actually. And there was something weird that happened to me. 2021, something like 2021. And I remember it, and I tweeted about it, and I've got it saved. And I was watching TV with my wife, and we were watching predictive programming. So we were noticing like every single film, every movie, the lights go out, right? So on this particular occasion, the street lights went out. I was like, oh, okay, lights out. And the moment I said out, our entire the power in our house just went off.
what?
And yeah, no, I'm not even joking. She screamed. I was just like, what in the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
And it turns out that that was 666 days before the cyber attack, that I believe, the period of the cyber attack. Can you believe that?
No,
And
that's
that's not me devil worshipping. Like, it's just, I think that 666
yeah.
energy is like huge in this realm.
Exactly.
And the numbers, the things that happen, they're not by accident. They're not by accident.
No, definitely not. But
So
I'm not sure like what happened with Nikola Tesla, but I mean he also of course used the 3, 6, and the 9, and with 9 being the master number. I think you sent it might have been you who sent me a video about that. But do you know if they didn't kill him, right? They just stole all his stuff.
I have no
Did they?
idea. I mean,
I
I
have no
don't
clue.
I don't actually believe anything. Like, I never put an opinion on anything, because what's true, what's really true.
Fair enough. Yeah.
He could be alive. He could be fictitious.
All
I
right.
don't think we're gonna know.
Let's put it this way then. Does the main story say
I think he
died?
was killed. Yeah,
He was killed.
I think
Okay.
they
The main
people
narrative.
that believe he was killed. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. And they stole all his stuff. Yeah. But wow, I can't believe I can't believe you predicted that. It's really
Well,
crazy.
I didn't know at the time. I was very new into waking up. So me and my wife were just we had a few experiences of this just insane energy, these insane things. Like one night, her car alarm went off, and she woke up and there was like a surge of energy running through her. Another day, she received a telephone call from her boss, and then she called him back, and he said, "I didn't call you." But they'd had this, they'd had this strange conversation where he said everything's going to be fine, and it's just, but he was like swear blown. I didn't have that conversation with you, so I don't know.
That's giving me the chills, bro.
Yeah, it was like something out of some TV show I watched once where the AI was able to make phone calls to people and pretend to be someone. It's just,
I mean,
but I'm not saying that happened, but
technically they can now.
Well,
right?
they can now. Yeah,
they can just mimic your voice and then just I don't know, write some program to call someone. Will be easy peasy, actually, I think.
Yeah, I imagine it is, but we're nobodies, but we just sort of stumbled down.
I mean,
this rabbit hole, so to speak.
There's a rabbit hole, indeed. I mean, that's what I always tell other people who are like speculating about technology. I mean, back in the day, they were hiding so much tech. Why aren't they now, right?
Well, I think that's part of. I think there's something in the whole cicada element, right? They were after intelligent people. Straight after the cicada sort of puzzle was completed, and then for another 2 years, we see the rise of cryptocurrencies. So they clearly wanted these people to build in crypto, but I think there's a much deeper element with that, because the system's got to change. They want some of the old guard out, and they want some fresh blood in. So I think there's going to be events, and if you listen, there's a guy called the Altar of Ego. I don't know who he is, but he seems very clued up. And he said the lessons have to be real, and perhaps that means the events might not be, but the lessons have to be. So there's some, I think so. I think we're going to see some very interesting things in this process.
I've also noticed that the symbolism in my day-to-day life has been increasing, like quite substantially.
Oh yeah.
Go on.
Go expand. Go for it.
Let me see. I always like it. Like once in a while, we or you start a space, and then we talk about all sorts of stuff. And then if we got some new stuff to share, you got some new stuff to share. Other people have stuff to share. That's really cool.
Well, I'll be glad to open it up. I've got a few people that want to chat, so and I don't want to close you down, but I also don't want to be on here forever tonight. So
I think I got like 2 or 3 things. I've been recently seeing 2 or like the hidden eye symbolism, right? Or the hand before the eye. Do you know the Schwarzkopf brand?
Yes.
Yes. So I went to I did a road trip to Europe, and I've just been seeing the hidden eye symbol or quite often, just in pop-up stores all over the place through Europe. And next to that, I also saw the the Oreo cookies.
Yes.
Have you heard the story about? Yeah. Have you seen that symbolism on the Oreo cookie?
Oh yeah. It's in everything.
Exactly.
The big boys who run these clubs, they own all the big businesses, successful businesses, and that symbology is there to see for those who know, the eyes to see it. Yes. And the fact that you're seeing that now opens you up into a new world. And the thing that after 2 years of being awake, obviously in the beginning, when you first wake up, you reject all of that symbology. You do reject it, and it's seen as evil, it's seen as oppressive, etc., etc. But I think when you have been woken up and you see the simulation for what it is, and I think Mr. Poole and Bearable Guy and Q and all those other elements and everything we see, TVs, movies, I think they are trying to reveal to us there is a simulation, whether it's completely man-made or completely scripted, artificial, whatever it is. I think once you're at that phase where you understand that, there's no going back to normal humanity. And therefore, the only place you can probably turn is to the symbology. And then you start to realize, actually, it's not evil. It's actually the essence of this world that we live in. And they're just showing us their symbology, that they are believers, and that's their club, I suppose. So there's much to learn.
Exactly. Yeah, I've actually had a lot of your videos are really great. Like I sent you in the DM, I think yesterday or somewhere.
Yeah. Thank you.
They're really really nice, planned out. So yeah, keep pushing those. I'll be sure to watch them. So.
Thank you. I've only got a few more to do before I'm finished with mainly what I want to say.
And then you'll disappear too, huh?
Well, I think a lot of data disappears in November. So if you've got things.
Oh, because of the cyber attacks, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah. I think a lot of data disappears. I don't know how much. I could be completely wrong.
How would you protect yourself against data loss?
I'm printing out everything that's important to me, and otherwise I've pretty much given up. Like I don't have any huge need for things anymore. So yeah, I'm not going to be too worried about losing data.
I lost my hard drive, so guess I can't print it out anymore.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Anyway, I'd like to hear from other people as well. So if they have anything to.
Yeah. Thanks for the chat.
Yeah. It was a pleasure.
And we'll speak again soon. Lovely.
Of course.
Thanks, buddy. Devin, I know you want to speak some more, but if we have a quick chat with Dutch.
Hi, good evening, brother. Yeah, let's switch from one Dutch to the other. Yeah, we had some interaction on X and on YouTube. Actually, I enjoy your channel. It's
thank you.
It's good to follow, and I like the decodes. I spent a lot of time on decoding and stuff, and I got interested in it. Now I got stuck on a big project, so not that much time, but I like it.
See.
Yeah, don't buy 2 houses at one time.
Ooh.
No, but your date calling. I was thinking. I saw in the last few years that date calling is very very tricky, because when someone misses a date, everyone jumps on you, and they have their comments, but. I think there are more than enough signals. And what's interesting, I heard you saying like the simulation and stuff, and that's the most important thing, and the most what I'm focused on at the moment is, why is everything orchestrated? Why is everything in like loops? We are going through time, and everything comes back and back and back and forward, and we're trying to figure out what's going on and how we can decode this. But actually, it looks like sort of a simulation, because you can calculate. Why can you calculate by stars, the tarot cards, the gematria and everything? Everything can be calculated, and as you talked about waters above. He's very good with his numbers and his astrology.
Yes.
And it almost every time it fits.
Yes.
Almost every time. So, and that's what we need to do. What I'm trying to do to connect all these dots together and see how this script is running. Because let's say, what is time and space? Everything's changing faster and faster. And we talked about Tesla. I listened to what you guys are saying, and For example, almost a year and a half ago, I found out that I know my whole life that I'm a sort of capable of healing people with Reiki, touching, not
Ah,
touching,
lovely.
but just with. A year
Yeah.
and a half ago, I found out that I can do this from any distance without being there,
Ooh,
and that's no kidding. And
wow.
I did it with a lot of people. I need to be in some sort of calm state, and
Hmm.
I have my businesses. I like fancy cars. I like motorcycles. I do everything that. So I'm not the walk in the woods with a backpack, leaning against a tree guy. I'm really a normal working guy with a good company and stuff. But I found out I'm capable of doing that. So what is time? What is space? And combine this with all the knowledge that
Mm.
we have, and we need to figure out how this works, and um, yeah, and use it in our advantage.
Well,
That's
exactly. Yeah, this is the thing. Reiki's amazing. My mother used to do it, and it's a shame I didn't wake up before she died a few years ago. But yeah, I believe in remote healing. My wife even does remote viewing. She took a course, and she's literally been able to help people find things based on
yeah,
this ability that she didn't know she had, but she was told she probably would be good based on her astrology.
yeah.
So she went to do it. She got the course, and voila, she's good at it.
It's trusting your intuition.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
absolutely.
just like I know I'm a master at manifesting, and
Mm.
and for your information, I want to come back to this Tesla thing.
Hmm.
5 years ago, I crossed the path of a woman. We stayed together, and in our relationship, she started telling me things, and I started picking up things.
Hmm.
Um, she told me, and I saw and I know that her father was a high-placed German politician that was murdered.
Oh.
Okay. Then, through time, when I got more information and I started digging and looking and searching, and I found out that actually her father, um, his department where he was working was the department that was working with aliens and alien information.
Oh wow.
She told me when she was 11 years old, she was diagnosed MS,
Mm.
and in the basement where nobody could come, there was this sort of solar bench, and her father went every week under the solar bench, and she went in this thing, and she was cured.
Oh
So
my.
I never, there was never a light bulb in my head going on like, okay, what is this, or yeah, what is she telling me? But later, the little puzzle pieces, like it's like a big puzzle. And every time this little piece is given to you, and you put it in place, and
Mhm.
this puzzle is forming. And I think people like you, me, and I think a lot of people here, we have our puzzles with a few open spots, and
Mm.
it's going to be laid out, but it's handed to us. You just need to see it, and just like item collector just said, I see every time more and more symbology. No, it was there always, but we didn't see it. We just didn't see it.
Yes, yeah, it's always been in plain sight, and it
Our
takes.
eyes are more open now. And then,
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah. Well, do you
exactly.
think this takes me back to the idea that they've actually been purposely creating events to wake us up, and those that maybe have the code, the astrology, that see it, something sparks in them, and then we're initiated to the club. Because the moment you see it, and then you
Yeah.
grow through it, you're like, oh, okay, oh shit.
No, I was actually no kidding. I got a phone call from a friend that I know for, I think, I'm 47 now,
Hmm.
and I know him for about 40 years.
Hmm.
And he saw my post on social media, and he called me and he said, "Ron, I need to talk to you." I said, "Yeah, uh, what about?" He said, "Do you believe in the cabal?" I said, What? I said, "Well, what's believing?" I said that it's there. No, we know. He said, "Yeah, actually I'm in the club for many decades. I worked at TV and here and there, and I think you're really good. Um, um, yeah, I'm missing the word. A good guy for our club." I said,
Hmm.
not thinking in the backside of my head. I thought like, okay, I'll run over you with a bulldozer. But the only thing I said to him was like, uh, no, I think I'll pass. But I actually was invited, and
Mm,
so
mm.
that's if you see in your area, and that opened my eyes. Okay, the people are also around me,
Yeah.
and the movies. I cannot watch a movie without seeing all these signs and numbers and
Hmm.
whatever. It's incredible.
Well, it's in everything in the movies. My wife and I can't. We watch them uh, almost religiously, just because we sort of feel like we're playing catch up to see what's in these movies, see what kind of language they're speaking, and it's everything. It's literally the playground
Yeah, it is.
for
Yeah.
information. Yeah.
I didn't watch TV for almost 6 years, I guess. Something my whole life I went against the stream. 1,000 people went to the left. I was the one going to the right. And at one point, I started not being interested anymore in TV. I was like, when I turn this thing on, it doesn't feel right. Didn't know that it was with the frequencies also, and with all the information that's given, that my body was giving me signals, turn this thing off. So I did. I only watched some movies, some series, and now I built my house, and I have this huge bedroom with a big cine wall, and I have this 65-inch in front of me, and I'm watching movies, and I'm dragging all the information out and trying to find what is this thing, what is this simulation, and
Mm,
how can we um, unriddle the matrix.
yeah.
That's
It's
that's that's what interests me.
it's deep, isn't it? It is very, very deep. You can watch all kinds of things. It's something I quite I like watching kids movies with my kids, obviously.
Yeah.
But they are so symbolic. And I even managed to decode the bottom of the market coming up from a film. It was like written on a license plate in two different ways. The lights went from red to green, and she was on a new bicycle, like a new cycle. And I was like, okay, the 13th of October, that's interesting. Lucky for some. And this film was all about luck and in the year of the
You're
cat.
you're you're a sharp guy. I like it.
Yeah, well, that was the start of my Friday the 13th, and then so I was having a look and noticed that it was getting repeated in the crypto land. So I was like, okay, interesting.
Yeah. So
So that's our bottom.
what's your goal on the movie date at the 23rd of September?
Yeah, I mean, I said that. I know Archaics has said he thinks that that's probably just more generic for September of 2023. But I look at everything in time, and I look at the value of these numbers that they show us, and I see 23 is the same hour on a clock as 11.
Yeah.
9 um, can can mean 21, or in minutes it can mean 45. Um,
Exactly.
yeah. So, but if you look at 9 as in being 21, if you add the 2 and the 1 together, you get 3. And if you take the 23 as 11, that gives you 311. Well, that was the day of lockdown.
Exactly. And then you also have the mirrors.
Yeah,
That
you can do
makes it
mirrors
even
as well. Yeah.
makes it even more difficult. Yeah. No, I like it.
Yeah.
Sometimes we have this interaction, and I see your decodes, and I'm trying to understand. And I like your open, the way you write open on X Twitter, we call this. You write and you write what you think, and
Mm.
I ditched all the people that I call it. Um, they riddle the unriddled. So they
Oh
unriddle
yeah.
something and they riddle it again. And I'm like,
Yeah.
why? Don't put yourself in this
Yeah.
master position,
But you know what? There's a strange thing with that, because I've suffered that myself. I've even more so now, because of where I think, or the most confidently that I've thought for a very, very long time about what I understand. I think, what are my limitations? What can I say on here? Do the insiders actually want us to figure it all out and then post it all over and go, here's a strategy, here's what I think it is? Or does it even matter if I do? Because will anyone believe me anyway? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they give you one wrong pointer, you give a wrong direction, and you lose a lot of people what you have built on in months.
Well, I kind of don't mind that. I don't do it for that. It's actually just a scrapbook for myself, really, Twitter.
Yeah.
I think most people, I don't get a lot of criticism when things don't happen. I think people have got used to the life of a decoder. You end up being the wolf, the boy who cried wolf. But I don't purposely go, this is moon, this is that. I just put the dates out, say, look, this is an interesting connection. That's what I've learned. That's how I've matured in this environment. Back in the early days, 2021, I was saying, yeah, moon is here, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. The Three Gorges Dam has collapsed 5 times.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I've been there. Yeah, I had a lot of contact in the beginning with I don't know if you know Whiplash. Yeah,
Yeah, I know
he had a big account, and Daniel, I had his private number. We called several times, and we chatted. And when he thought that something was going to happen with this whole Charlie Ward stuff and things like that,
yeah.
He called me and he said it's going down, and it was 2020. Yeah, and nothing happened. And from there, he went somewhere in the stellar corner, and that's where I left. And I had a large account, and I did a lot with it. But the purge kicked us all out. The 21 purge, I think it was when all the Twitter accounts were removed.
So, yes. But I didn't. I've forgotten all about that. Yeah, that's true.
No, I didn't. It's my 6th or 7th account, and I now I worked with VPN and everything just to get back.
Wow, I haven't had to do that once.
Yeah, no. Grasshopper is a personal friend of mine. He was in, out, and he was really struggling. And at one time he said, "Yeah, I just don't go back." And then at one point he got a message, you can come back now." So I think he like 13, 14 times.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, kicked out new phone numbers, and then we were gone again.
Perhaps that's where people are too vocal, saying the wrong thing. Maybe that's you can't talk about certain subjects. I mean, back then you couldn't talk about anything, could you? You weren't allowed.
No, the only thing is, I said that the 5 largest factories of hydroxychloroquine, they were burned down, and we made it from grapefruit shells and lemon shells, and we cooked it, and we just made it ourselves, and I just moved on, never got sick. And when we got sick, I had the ivermectin, and I cured dozens of people with just the 2 pills in a day.
Perfect.
It was nothing. So and when I wrote this, that you were gone.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I don't know. I've kind of got this feeling in my gut that suggests that when the cyber attack happens and everything changes, I have this feeling that we're going to come in a bit of a fork in the road, where I think social media is going to change for us. I think it's going to get even harder to say what we want to say.
Yeah.
And unless this goes on, unless the cyber attack is just the beginning of many, many things to come and not the end, then maybe it'll take a bit longer to change. But I just got this feeling that we're going to be disappearing.
Yeah, there's this this Q post that says YouTube kill, Twitter kill, Instagram kill. There's this one post that says that, and I thought now in Europe they have this new law that went through. This censor law that they if they think that you put something online that's against their thoughts, it can be chargeable. So that's already happening here. So what I did to counter that, I took what we call, I don't know how it's in the States, but I reactivated my living human being state. I don't know if you know what that means.
I've heard elements of that, but I don't know a great deal.
Yeah, I did it. It's a ton of paperwork. You send it to several government buildings, and actually, what they do, when you're born and you get your birth certificate. I always also saw something about the birth certificates in the U.S. With the post office and the postmaster and stuff like that, and in the Netherlands. They create an entity for you. That's like a business.
Yes.
And
It's a social security number.
Exactly. And when you're get the age of 7, officially you're human. You as a human are pronounced missing at sea, and that's how you live your whole life, missing at sea. And that you can see this back in a lot of things in how the law system goes. And what I did, I reactivated myself as a living human being, and I have my Dutch passport, so I can, when I drive, let's say, my company van, then I will always show my driver's license. On the Dutch driver license, there's a little text that says it's owned by the Dutch government, so it's not even yours. And you're showing this, and you're identifying yourself as an entity. So you're going in business with a police officer. When I drive my private car, I will never ever show my driver's license. I will identify myself or by birth certificate, but I have this what they call diplomatic passport. What's not the same as the diplomats have. But you can show that you have passed this whole thing to reactivate your you living human status.
Wow.
And you can dodge this system as long as you know what to do and how the system works. And I did this for 2 years ago, and I even traveled with this passport from Spain back. I just threw it on the counter in Spain, and she checked me in. And you make this passport yourself.
Yeah, I've heard, honestly, I've heard this. Do you know? Of course, you might know Lange Frans.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's a rapper. For people that don't know, a Dutch rapper who goes into podcasts, and I think he had one of the speakers on that also did this. So my question to you: did you also change your house to a sovereign entity? Did you something?
You can, but the thing is, I did this 2 years ago, and I bought my house. Actually, tomorrow they come to plaster my walls, so it's not even finished. But it's going to be exactly that. And there will be this sign on the wall what says that it's an embassy and they cannot come in.
Yes, I've heard. If you don't mind, I would like to get in details on that with you.
No problem. Just DM me. It's no problem.
Because I find that very, very interesting. Because I also heard that they cannot reject you from traveling with such a passport.
No, they cannot. And with my when I moved, I even forgot to pay 2 bills for my health insurance, and I didn't know. So at one point there was this woman standing at my door. How we call this? Like a tax collector, but no, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, like the deurwaarder.
Exactly. And she was standing there with her paperwork, and she said, "Are you my surname and my back name, last name?
Yeah.
I said no. My name is Ron. Yeah, but are you Ron that and that? No, I'm not. I'm Ron. And who are you? So I will never pronounce myself with my first and last name, because that is what so what the guy's name, I forgot. What's the guy with his hand on his chest? Napoleon.
Napoleon.
Yeah, it was the guy that said we need surnames because we need civilians to get this new law. And as long as you don't do that, you can dodge the system. Everybody can dodge the system as long as you know exactly what to do and how to react.
Damn.
That's the thing. So we're living in this system, and you can look it up in Google. Our tax papers, I don't know how it's in the US. Maybe you can check it. When we get our tax papers, they write our name. They write it completely in capitals.
Yes.
Completely.
Yes, because
that's a slavery name. That's a business. That's not a person.
isn't that because because if you write a name in capital letters, it basically means that nothing is there. They also, I think, do this with the word God in certain places, like that God, they write it in capital, so God doesn't exist. I think it's like something similar.
Yeah, the same as you need to write in with a blue pen, never with a red pen, because that means that you're still alive. And a blue pen is totally different, and that's yeah. As I said, this whole system is created, and we're walking through the system, and you cannot get out of it because you need some things that are in the system to stay alive. And that's what I call. I have this Dutch app group, WhatsApp group. I have it now for 2 years. There are around 70, 80 people in there, and I try to keep everyone on their feet. And sometimes people are desperate, and I say it's nothing. I just disconnected all my emotions with my investments in crypto. I disconnected all my emotions with everything that happens. When someone posts something, oh look what happened now, it doesn't touch me.
I think I lost you.
And in this,
oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, sorry.
I was still
Yeah,
there. Yeah. No. Where were we? Oh yeah, and where was I going with this? You just outbalanced me. I was where were we?
You were saying you don't react to anything you see in the media now, basically.
No,
Yeah.
I just disconnect. It's the same for you with with the crypto investments. You know, I lost really, and when we had this $1.90 2 years ago, I was looking at my wallet, and I was like, okay. And 2 or 3 days later, it was I lost a few zeros. that kind of hurts. And at that point, I just sat down. I started laughing, and I was like, "You assholes! You cannot get to me. This is not touching me. I know what I have, and it's just a sign in my screen, you know. And I still have the same amount of XRP, and it doesn't matter to me if you're going up and down trying to play with my mind, because I know where we're going, and at some point I will push a button with a smile on my face, and that's not now. So all the ups and downs, I just discarded them. And what I did do is the last time I said, okay, we're seeing we're expecting some real movement. I expected to, and I took a 12%, and I put it on some how you said margin sell. That if it reaches a certain amount, it will sell some, and I will take this ride that's coming and take it in my advantage. And I think that the biggest key for everyone is just to disconnect everyting. And the same is with this this Ripple this party they have. People expect a lot. I don't think that anything will happen.
Nope. Well, this brings me on to a really good topic, actually. One, emotion. and the fear of letting go, hodling, etc., and the proper party. So let's start with the fear of letting go, hodling. We have been so conditioned by a few of the people in this game. And Malin, in response to your question, have we been had over? Yes and no, because the people that are telling us certain things, in one hand, they are telling us some truth, and they're telling us truth in a way that is coded as truth. But essentially, I believe the hodl strategy is going to make people very upset for the next 2 years. I really do. I don't think that's the strategy at all. And you can assess that however you want, but I genuinely do not think there is any ridiculous $1,000 move. I don't think about $50 is the best you're going to see in the next 2 years. And I think it's going to come down every single time it hits a peak.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, you could have taken profits of 190, bought back. When did it hit 190? That was 21. So you could have bought back 1 year, 3 months later at 27 cents.
Yeah.
It's another 13.
How much XRP would you have had then? You'd had loads more. And the point is that the emotion hoggers that are getting you to hodl, and they're going to get you to hodl in the future, they are absolutely 100% guarantee they're all taking fucking profits, and they're buying because they know when it's going to happen. So why should we all hodl while they all got rich? And it's not us being greedy. This is an opportunity. The Riddlers don't come around very often. This is going to be a once in a lifetime. So, the bear is given much advice, and like I say, one of those advices, or one piece of that advice in 2019 was buy the fear, sell the greed, and you're going to get that come up again soon. In the next, maybe even the end of this month, certainly that proper party could spell a little bit bullish sentiment. Wake me up when September ends. Well, that could be the 1st of October, because I think the crash happens on the 2nd. So yeah, you've got options, but never be emotional about the investment. I can almost say with confidence,
It's just numbers.
Yeah, it's just numbers. You just got to do you, and always take some profits at big euphoric pumps, and watch it come back down again and reinvest. And that's certainly what I would say for 2024. If you get a big pump early in the year for 2024, and you do take profits, wait for it to retrace down, buy XRP again, and watch it happen one more time. And that's what I believe 2024 brings us.
Yeah, that's my strategy for the next period. Exactly that, but not with my whole bag, but I have a nice amount standing ready, and now it has to work for me.
But this is the thing: the ones that have tried to lead the community, who shout the loudest, who swear blind that we're seeing 4 figures, and all of that's just a riddle. They have announced, I just sold all my XRP, and it was a time-based riddle, and so that they know exactly when XRP hits the top, and that they're intending to sell all of their crypto. Yeah. So what does that say? But yet, because you don't know, you're not willing to sell all of your crypto. Does that make sense? Whereas if you knew, you probably would, right?
If we know the scenario, you would go all in and all out. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. And then this is the advantage that some people have, and they're doing their damnedest to make sure that only those who, I don't know if they've got some sort of tally that deserve to know. No, I don't know. But yeah, I would say, that would be my strategy for next year. Just do not be afraid to let go. be bullish. Because if you look at the way XRP goes up and down, it literally shoots up and then it retraces down. I genuinely do not believe that's going to change anytime soon. So that's all we got to look for, honestly. Should we talk about the proper party?
Let's go there.
Cool. Devon, you haven't had a chat for a little while. Any thoughts on the proper party? Thumbs up from Devon. Okay. Well, I found somebody had found the definition of what a proper party is, and it's a legal term. And I'll just Google it again quickly. So, a proper party. A proper party
There
is
also something with the date. There was something with the date. I have to read
Yeah.
it up there.
Yeah, there's probably quite a few things, but let me just show you the definition of a proper party. A proper party is one in whose absence. No, hold on. Hang on. I did find a better one. Basically, that's weird. I can't find the same link tonight. It suggested that a proper party, that there could be another party be brought into the lawsuit who has an interest in the case. And so, because I don't believe it ends anytime soon, I think I've got a hunch they might be bringing Jed McCaleb into it, or he might be brought into it.
I saw some movement around him, so it could be.
Yeah, he's recently been in the news a lot. Here it is. A proper party is anyone who has an interest in the subject matter of a lawsuit and can either join the lawsuit or be brought into the suit by a party to the suit. So yeah, it fits. So it's either it's another entity or it's some aspect, but I think that's what Ripple are hinting at, and it's probably quite a strong sell the news scenario as well from the placement. And it's exactly, I think it's 3 months and 21 days to when I think it will conclude in mid-January. And that's why I think that should be your news to avoid in January, if you get me. Just seen we've got Art of Information and Yogini. Welcome, KG. Welcome. How is everyone tonight? All happy, healthy? Hey, Devon, I take it you can't speak at the minute. Is that right? No worries if not. Okay, fair enough. Oh yeah. Did you want to add anything, Dutch, to the proper party?
No, yeah, I saw some dates and some connections with the time. There was some delta between the date that the judge gave out that it was not a security, and the date there was I need to find it back, but there was a date connection there, but it was also in the wrong numbers. I have to see if I can find it back, but I don't think I can find it that fast. But there was a date connection, so this date is actually set on a date where that is ritualized.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I see that. I see it. We see it often. That stuff that Ripple does. Also, the beginning of the lawsuit with the date ending and stuff. There was a lot of connections with the wrong numbers. So I think we just need to ride the wave. I followed some people that will go there, so I will try to see how it goes. But I don't think the whole ticket sale route is going very proper. So I see that there are some problems there.
Well, I think there's a little hint there because I think you have to be fully vetted or fully KYC to get in the party. They need to know your first name. I think that speaks volumes of what comes after the cyber attack. I think that speaks volumes of how ID systems, identity, social media is going to work afterwards. I think what they're giving us is a lot of early insight, a few little clues as to what's coming. I really do.
Yeah, but isn't it if you're let's say you're on 1,000 XRP, the chance of you going to this proper party is actually 0. So
Really?
yeah, I think that the people that will go there are living in the area or they have the time and the money to go there, and it will be the people with some larger accounts. You need to give your name and everything. Somehow they know exactly what people are coming, and isn't it maybe also a little bit of data collecting?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, the big boys definitely want to know who the main people are. If there is one day going to be considerable wealth in these ranks, and if people have played it right, they probably for some reason want to know who you are, whatever that reason might be.
Yeah. So I rather stay low profile and
Yeah.
you just be here and try to understand and as you said, pick your moments and filter um, filter the rubbish out. That's what we need to do.
I found the Ronald Reagan's speech. It's September 21st, 1987.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I send it to you in DM.
Oh, that's fine. I've noted. Oh, yeah, actually, go on then. Yeah, please. 1987. Wow.
Let me know what you find on that.
Well, let's have a quick look. Well, that's interesting. It's to November, this November, on a particular day. It is 13,202 days. So the 1322, the 1322, skull and crossbones.
And what day did you pick?
I picked the 13th, which I got from the fake Mr. Paul and the fake Ross Vandermeer. I think the cyber attack starts 3 days prior, but I've had that day twice from two fake accounts and other means. And the fake Ross is definitely a knowledgeable person.
And what if you put it on 9/11?
Well, the original 9/11.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, how many? Let's just see.
In the meantime, when he's calculating item, do you know that between the killing on Vincent van Gogh, not Van Gogh, Vincent, the TV guy, yeah, was
the TV guy.
Theo van Gogh.
Theo, that's the different Van Gogh.
Yeah, the other one. No,
the other one.
Between the killings on Theo van Gogh and Pim Fortuyn, the politician.
Yeah, I know him.
Do you know how much time is in between?
Oh no, tell me, man.
911 days.
Are you
9/11.
for real?
Yeah, no kidding. You can look it up. I did I did all this stuff years ago. 911 days.
Well, that was the same. The Queen dying from lockdown. She died
Yeah.
911 days later. There's so
Yeah,
many instances of simulation. This is what Mr. Poole. And looking back, who was I talking to earlier? Actually, he's not here. Cicada 3301. I only recently just stumbled across that, and it's a shame really because I haven't had time to look into it, but it's absolutely fascinating. But they had this puzzle, this like multiple part puzzle called Libus Primer, something like that. I'm killing it actually. Let me just let me get it right. It's not like Devon. Do you want to disconnect and then reconnect, and then maybe you can speak? The Libus. Jesus, what was it called? Liber Primus. Yeah, there was this 17 pages of this particular riddle, which ended with the Liber Primus, and that is Mr. Poole. I think you take when you like numerology, you remove the zeros, and that leaves you with LP, and that gives you Liber Primus. So I believe Mr. Poole and those people are all right back from that beginning. And something really interesting I did when I first figured out about Cicada 3301 was I just looked at the number 3301 and wanted to loop it. So I did. And if you add 3301 and 1033 together, you get 4334. When I added that number to the very beginning of Cicada, which is the 4th of January 2012, it takes you to exactly the midpoint of when I believe the cyber attack happens. So the fifth day of darkness. So it doesn't. It wouldn't surprise me at all if November is the magic.
so the fifth day of cyber attack, would that take us to October 7th?
No, 16th of November. 16th of November.
16th. Okay.
Yeah, October's the crash, then the reversal. I think the reversal will be very kind to crypto. And then the cyber attack. So, come November, I think you need to be locked up on your ledgers. Goodness knows if that's safe. But for anybody listening, from what I did gather from David Schwartz when he mentioned it, to be safe on your ledger or wherever you're putting your stuff, you need to, rather than buying a new ledger, you just need to open up a new XRP account. So that you can create a new wallet account within your ledger. If you create a new version that has never received or sent any XRP, put it in that and don't make any transactions. And you'll get through the cyber attack without any problems, I believe.
Before when?
Pardon?
Before when?
Have it done by November.
All right.
Yeah, he said it would be quantum resistant.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's literally all you got to do. Have your cold storage. Have absolutely no transactions. So that would mean just make a new wallet within, or new. I think it's got a new address. Within your, like, say for the ledger, for example, you can create as many XRP accounts on there as you like.
Yeah.
So as long as you've got a new one and you don't transact, apparently you're quantum resistant.
So do you mean like just sending your amount in one go and never send anything else towards it?
Yeah.
No, you can send as much as you like, I believe. You just don't make a trust line, and don't send out.
All right. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about these trust lines. Yeah, and I have this this metal toolbox with with wood inside, and my ledger's always in my little Faraday cage. So that also helps.
Yeah, well, let's talk about the implementation of the cyber attack. So when I first saw Klaus Schwab's cyber attack video, it will make COVID pale in comparison with a global cyber attack. Anyway, so when I saw that video, I looked on the World Economic Forum.
Did you find
website.
anything on the 9/11?
No, but what I did find
Oh wait,
was
I can't
how they
hear
would
you. I have
implement.
to rejoin.
Okay.
I can hear you, no problem.
Yeah, what I did find was an accompanying video talking about a worm virus, and how a worm virus could spread across every single device across the world and infect all of the devices. Yeah, and essentially that would be how they disable. They would carry out the cyber attack. And I think as a result, as a consequence of that, the only way that they could then defeat this cyber virus would be to turn off the internet. Because if there's no internet, there's no connectivity. There's no virus spreading. Now, what's that's probably that even that could potentially be the fake. Maybe that's the fake element. But what I discovered. Obviously, that then leads into 10 Days of Darkness. But what I'm in the process of doing is putting together a little post, because I'll reveal to you now, behind on the Christmas scene from Bearable Guy, the very first one, there's a whiteboard in front of a Christmas tree, and on that whiteboard is Swift and many other things. Now, a whiteboard is a plan, a preparation of things to do. Behind it is a Christmas tree. Now, what made me go down this rabbit hole was in 2021, I think it was the day after XRP had topped, Mr. Paul posted, it was around about that time, he returned, and everybody was going, he's fake, he's fake, he's fake. And I was like, okay. But then he proved he wasn't by showing him assembling the picture from the Bearable Guy theme. And then suddenly everyone said, oh, he's not fake. And the people that were calling him fake, no longer had a voice. And I remember that vividly. Now, in that picture that he constructs, behind the whiteboard, you can see much, 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 much clearer, is what looks like lots of brown worms. It's the best thing. They've got little eyes, so you know they're alive, and they look like worms, and they're behind the whiteboard on the Christmas tree. So I thought, oh, okay, that is alluding to what I think could happen, the worm. So then I did some digging, and I wanted to look for cyber viruses. And sure enough, what did I find? I found the Christmas exec virus. The Christmas exec file. It was a malware that was sent across the world. I think it was something like 1987. Let me just double check. And so that is what the Christmas tree means. It's called Christmas tree exec. I'll share the link in this group now. You can have a little look. And what's even more amazing about it is it has a Christmas tree with little snowflakes. And guess what it says? It says, a very happy Christmas and my best wishes for the next year. And is that not similar to the message that the bear has been repeating for the last couple of years? Yes, it is. I've just put that in the comments below. You can have a look. So that's why I know that the Bearable Guy and all of those guys, they are the biggest of the biggest people. whoever they are, and they are just as involved with the internet takedown and the Swift takedown as everybody else. They're all one entity. And consequently, from Christmas Eve to the date in question that I've been mentioning all night long is 321 days.
The 3, 2, 1. There we go.
There we go. Again, it doesn't mean I'm right. I could be wrong. I could be the boy who cried wolf. But, there's a small audience here, and you can do your, have your own decision to make upon that. But at least somebody knows. And if it happens, so you're prepared. Where else are we? Dutch, go for it.
Yeah, we had one more to go. We had the proper party. We had the first point. There was one more point. He said there are 3 things that we can discuss. There was a third one. I don't know if you have it in writing there. Just so
no, I think that's it too. Proper party and the other thing. But yeah, we can move on. If there's something else you want me to discuss.
No, not at this point. Yeah, we can talk for hours, I guess, because there's there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of experience online, offline, and I think there's a lot to share. But I think that's good for a later moment to go further and deeper into some details and stuff. But yeah, I think the most important thing is that people connect, use their knowledge, and that's what I think that's the meaning of this whole social media thing is. And what we saw in the beginning is when people came together and combined their knowledge and their minds and everything. That's what's powerful. And through time, I saw all these people going back into these little islands, and the most of the little islands were driven by ego, and that's why I think in the last years that we missed the growing of the communities and the decoders as a whole together. You know what I mean? That's what I think. That's very important. That people interact, people respect each other, and sometimes you can hit targets, and sometimes you can be completely off. But as long as we try to understand how this system works and how this program works, as I said earlier, we can benefit from this and we can grow from this. And I think nothing is impossible then.
Well, this is something I talk about with my wife a lot. Actually, is the future us. I don't know. I've got a pretty good idea what happens up to 2025, and sort of between now and sort of July 2025. I don't think we flip any switches. I just think we have nice tops in the market. But anywhere between there and 2030, I have no idea what's going to happen with XRP price, etc. Whether anything happens at all. But let's just say, for instance, one day we are significantly wealthy because we made the right decisions, and then all of us who went on this journey, we are now in the position of wealth, and we have esoteric knowledge. We have an awareness that most people don't have. I think that's going to have a knock-on effect somewhere along the way, right?
Yeah, 100%. I think, and that's what I noticed already. What I noticed already is that actually the whole. If I look back, like let's say like 5 years ago, when I was around people and the same people, it's like it's a total different dimension. I don't know how to say this, but something changed already. There has been a split up in humanity, and because a lot of people, and that's the most. I think the most of the biggest reason is the thought and the perception of reality from people. I can talk to someone that I know for 30 years, and they follow the news, and when I talk to them, it's like we are living on a completely different planet. And so I think that there has been already there has been happening where this has split up in the last years. So people split up, and one half believes this, and the other half believes that. And I think I should say, yeah, when you're very wealthy, you know what I said this to my wife last week. I said, you know what I want? I have enough, and I have invested, yeah, okay. And I said, the only thing is, I don't want to make anymore. I don't want to make money on other people. That's my goal. That's my goal. And I was, you know what triggered me? I drive a very nice car, and I brought it back to the dealer. I said, I don't need this car for the coming months, so I will see. And I had a bad week, and I asked my friend. I said, I need a toy for the weekend. I really need a toy. So he literally, somewhere on my timeline, he dropped this 700,000 euro Ferrari in front of my house. Said, enjoy this. I need it next week back. So I was driving this car, and people were like flies coming to me, like, we need to talk. I have an idea. I have this because they saw that you're driving a very expensive car, and the minds of people changed instantly, like snap. People that I know for years, they're coming to me. We need to go for dinner because I have this idea. And at that moment, I thought, I just want to enjoy my life. I just want to have fun. I want to travel. I'm enjoying. I love speed, and I love horsepowers. So I want to enjoy stuff like that. But in the meantime, I want to have a few hours per day where I can use my, as I told you, this remote healing, help people. Just give me a call, and we connect, and I'll fix your problem. And I want to learn how to do that, and I want to spend some hours a day sitting in a chair helping people. And if someone, without asking, I see that someone has somewhere a problem or whatever, I want to help him because I can, and I don't want to make money of other people anymore. That's my goal.
And when you say you don't want to make money off of other people, what do you mean?
Yeah, I know when you invest and you're selling, you do exactly that. But
yeah, so I did wonder if that's what you think. So when you're selling XRP, do you think that you are selling to Joe Public?
No. What I mean is, with the company, I owned a fashion brand. I owned in the Netherlands, and I owned in the Caribbean. I owned a charter company with boats. So I did a lot of things, and now I have a construction company. And every day, people come to you. They want to have something done. So you're trying to make a good deal, and that's what I don't want anymore. You know.
Okay.
I would do exactly that. I will keep one van with tools and everything, and if I see someone needs help, I send someone there and fix this because it makes people happy, and that would be the ultimate goal for me. If nothing is needed anymore, and you don't need to make money off of other people, and you can just help others. That gives me a good feeling.
Well, that would be utopia, I think.
Yeah.
Well, something that made me spark what you were saying. Another bit of advice from my end in terms of the riddles. Your idea when you said, "I don't want to take from other people." One of the sayings in investing is, "When you're selling, others are buying." Now, if we logically apply, right, if XRP went to $10 tomorrow and you start selling it and everybody starts selling it, I mean, I'm not being funny. There aren't millions of people who are going to be buying XRP at $10. You might have a few retail do it for some reason, but they're just not, are they? So where does the money come from?
The big money, I mean.
Yeah, well, where do your profits come from? If XRP goes to $10 tomorrow and you sell out £1 million of XRP, just for example, and I'm not saying that would be the case, but you sell out £1 million of XRP, into your own currency. Who's paying for that?
That's the money of the people who bought it.
No. Do you want to know why I think it's a no?
Of course.
I don't think the markets are as human as we believe they are. I think they are controlled algorithmically and from a central bank.
I agree.
Yeah.
That triggers something with me. I had this thought today. I already had this before. We see all these banks internationally working with CBDC and working with XRP start working.
Mm-hmm.
I always have this feeling, and they say it's not, but that banks cannot operate with XRP when it's not stable.
Yeah,
it's impossible. I think there is a parallel price inside of the banking system. They use this, and retail sees a completely different number.
maybe. Yeah. I mean, I've heard that talked about lots, but I know that there was a few people that said that wasn't the case. But I mean, even either way, I don't think right now that matters. I don't think that's important for XRP holders because I think the volatility will continue for us for almost 2 years at least. But where I was going with that was, the riddles quite well, the Bearable Guys riddles.
I think I saw them all. Yeah.
Okay, so why is in some of the scenes, why is the king angry?
I cannot tell.
Okay, so in Lodestar 2, the king is said to have been in the room with the BIS, the Bank of International Settlements.
Yeah.
The king is the room. He is the bank. So if the king is the bank and the king appears in the scene, and if we go back to one of the other riddles, the Bearable Guy had when he said, remember, the 4th of November, the king starts to accumulate. Now, I worked out that belonged to the 4th of January based on using a Roman calendar, because January would be the 11th month in Roman terms. So the 4th of January was when XRP topped and it started crashing down. But yet the riddle was the king starts to accumulate. Well, the king's buying back the XRP at that price. So why I think that the king is always pissed, angry in those scenes, is because we are selling our XRP, and the bank, the BIS or the Bank of England or the banking institutes in general are the ones that are funding this operation. And he is pissed because we're selling. And that is why I believe the HODL, emotive HODL campaign exists, because they don't want you to sell. They don't want you to profit. They don't mind, long way in the future, but short term. And, beautifully, the bear gives us that nugget. And that's another reason not to HODL, is because he's telling you the king will be pissed. And he wants the king to be pissed. So that's my view on that. So there's more and more reasons, from my opinion. The bear doesn't want us to HODL.
Yeah, and sinking in, but it makes really sense, 100%. But yeah, if we if we would have ridden if we would have taken the waves up and down, um, yeah, in my case, it would have the difference is so big that yeah, it would change everything. But yeah, I just bought and bought and bought, and the thing is, when I bought my XRP and I started in, I think, 2019, 18, 19, I bought some,
Hmm.
and beginning of 2020, I sold one of my companies. I was bored, so I started reading and reading and reading, and I found out how yeah, what we say in Dutch, how the rabbits when you translate this, how the rabbits run. So if you see how everything moves and goes, then you start to understand how the system works. And then I started buying XRP, and then it went into a dip, and I think I bought it at also at 16 cents or something.
Nice.
And yeah, and every time when I bought something, I was like, okay, now I will buy a little XRP for short term. I will work with this, and I will just let it ride the waves. And every time when I put it on my ledger and it was added to the rest, something in my head um, changed and was like, okay, this is part of my HODL wallet.
Hmm.
So automatically I started buying and buying and buying. Every time when I put it on my ledger and it was added to the rest, and there was something that just blocked me from doing anything with it, and that cost me a few hundred thousand. So that's hurting, but
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
always I also know that at one point we will be getting this price that we want and and that we need, and that's why I now said, okay, I take a part of my bag, I put it a little bit on this amount, a little bit on 70 cents higher, a little bit on a dollar higher, and that's how I build it up. And now I will see what goes, and I will
Mm.
ride this wave. And if I see that it works, I will be able to disconnect completely my emotions. So
Hmm.
and
Good. Good.
yeah,
Good. Good.
it needs to grow, and that's what we need to do.
Yeah. So you said something interesting about a specific sort of price. What are you looking for with your current bag? Like, is there a price that you're hoping for?
Um, there's always a difference, and now you ask the question. There's a
Or should
difference
or should I
between,
say, what are you expecting one day? Should I say?
yeah, but that's where I was going. Because there's a difference between intuition and wish, and
Hmm.
it's very hard to um, yeah, to find the line between those two, and um, how you say it, and find out for yourself if it is intuition or it is your wish what you're
Mm.
using. So um, if I say, okay, where will we be going? I said I will sell a part of my bags when we go between $10 and $13.
Okay. What if it gets to
Because
£9.80, $9.80?
yeah, then it is what it is, and
Okay.
I will push a button at one time.
Uh-huh.
Um, but yeah, um,
Difficult, isn't it? It's a real
yeah,
difficult process. 'Cause can you imagine you being in that moment and you're seeing it rise and rise and rise, and maybe you do have a plan like yourself, and I think that's a great plan. Um, and
the
imagine it
thing,
doesn't quite get to your target, and then you see it going down. And you think, oh, is it gonna come back up? And it never does.
that's the fear of missing out, and that's the
Yeah.
same as what they use. And the biggest, I think, the biggest example is if you look at these lotteries they have on our zip codes here in the Netherlands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Um,
Here too. Yeah.
yeah, and everyone joins. I don't, but everyone
Yeah.
joins because they're afraid that
Mm-hmm.
that the neighbors will win something and they won't. And that's the same with this $9.80. At one point, just don't see at then look at where it can go, but look at what you paid for it and what it does now, and what
Mm-hmm.
it brings you. And if it goes from and you sell it at 9.80 and it goes up to $50, you still have this 9.80. That's your deal. Close it off, and don't look any further, because what you might have had, because that's not the fact. This is what you
Mm-hmm.
have, and I think that's a different way of thinking that's needed in this, because the whole this whole crypto movement is playing with the minds of people, but really, really hardball.
Mm-hmm. It is, but this is the thing. It's coming at you in every angle. And then if you sort of base it with the riddles, they're kind of a bit like Cicada. You know, their message was, we want the best, we don't want the followers. So, you know, and I'm not saying that this is a recruitment again, you know, to be the who's going to be the richest, but of course with riches comes independence and comfort, and then you can do what you want to do, what you've said, which I think a lot of us will resonate with, is make a difference to the world. And if you've got some extreme riches, but if you have been, you know, I strongly believe that the emotional game, which I was tied to for 2 years, I couldn't sell XRP. I really struggled, and that's because I was brainwashed, you know, from the very beginning by a very loud personality that who had me on the edge of my seat for years, believing that Moon was any time soon. And so when I blocked that person a year ago and went on my own personal development of learning the riddles, suddenly everything became clear, you know, after a period of time, and I realized I've been had over. And, you know, it's just, it's a game. It's a game. And if you play it right, if you listen to someone like Waters Above Crypto, he has been very smart, very sensible. He is, dare I say, part of the establishment too, an establishment. I have very little doubt that he is in the game. Just the way he talks and presents himself, some of the things he says and shows. He's playing a much more sensible game, and I think his group are going to succeed far greater than anybody who took the advice of a certain influencer on Twitter, because they've been taking profits for all of the right places, because I've been listening to him, and yeah, you know, so that's the choices that we have come across, and we've accessed the riddlers, and perhaps it's a higher bar. If you're following the riddles, you've got to work harder to get through the emotional times, the emotional ties, and really grasp what they're trying to sell you.
Can I say something?
Yep.
So I do you know the very interesting, by the way. I loved listening to that chat you had. I'm not sure. Do you know the Phoenix Lights? Have you heard of that?
Yeah. Yes, I do. I stumbled across that a few months ago, actually.
Okay, so I'm not sure if I'm doing this correctly, but I put it in the. I use a Gematrinator, or like the date calculator. Not sure if this is the correct way to do it, but if I take the month, the day, and the last two digits of the year, it becomes it's 3 plus 13 plus 97, and it equals like 113, so 113. Not sure if that's anything.
Yeah. That's a big number in
okay,
XRP.
so that's the date between what Regan said and the Phoenix Lights.
Is it the Phoenix Lights of March the 13th, 1997?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So
Let me.
this is, and if you put the year, the month, the week, and the days, this is 9 years, 5 months, 2 weeks, and 6 days. This equals to 22.
All right, let me check this out. Hang on.
Not sure, but if you can double check.
Yeah,
Right.
I'll have a very quick look at it for you. Let's have a look.
Might be completely wrong, but hey, I'm just trying.
No, it's good. I like your thinking. I had stumbled across the Phoenix. Oh, where did I read it? Ah, you know where the Phoenix Light? Yes, that's where. There's a book I bought on Amazon called the Secret Timeline, and this was heavily featured in that. So yes, thank you for bringing that up again. So yes, it's 113 months and 20 days. So it's essentially almost 113 months and 3 weeks. 1 day shy of 3 weeks. Yeah, that's really interesting. 13th of March. 13th of March is a big. It's been used in the riddles. It's on one of the hearts on the calendars.
Is it 13th of March? Huh. So this might have something to do with that potentially.
I mean, yeah, 13th of March has been. It's many clues. As on my videos, described that it's heavily about the regulations, but yeah, no doubt, it's got many other aspects. I don't doubt at all. Many other connections. So yeah, the Phoenix Lights happening on the 13th of the 3rd.
Yeah, but it's interesting that it's then like 113 months from what Regan said till the Phoenix Light. That's pretty cool.
Well, it is, and isn't it interesting that then it's lockdown was the 311, and if you look at 3:11 in the afternoon, so 3 p.m. And 11 minutes is 911 minutes of the day. So it's it's all connected. The numbers are insanely connected.
Yeah.
What did you just want me to compare? I was going to do the Phoenix Lights to. What was I going to compare it to?
To 9th of September. 21st of September 1987. The speech that Regan gave.
Oh yeah, that's 130. I was going to do it to lockdown, wasn't I? But
Or the lockdown.
interestingly, too, from the Phoenix Lights to the 13th of December this year is 321 months. So that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
And why?
See, I'm actually looking at this moment because I know that somewhere in the 60s, I guess there was this like 20 UFOs above the White House.
Oh, that is naughty.
That's the other one.
There is, I see now, there is this Washington D.C. UFO incident from July 12th to 29, 1952. 7 years after the World War II. Isn't that when the Germans came to the U.S.? They had this technology.
Wait.
July 12th to 29, 1952. Yeah, I know that there were these UFOs above the White House.
Wait, hold on. Let me check.
The Washington flap.
When was when were the lights above the White House? What month?
July.
Yes, and the day?
Yeah, that's the nasty thing. They say 12 to 29.
Damn. What year did you say?
52.
1952.
Yes.
All right, let's see what this brings up.
Can you tell me the date and month again?
July 12th.
Okay.
It started.
Keep your July on the prize, huh?
Yeah.
Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge.
So you said the 12th to the 29th?
Yeah, 12 to 29. And it's the 1952 Washington UFO incident, and it later became known as the Washington Flap.
All right. You can't find any more specific day?
I'm looking. The
Because it's
most
interesting
public.
to potentially compare the Reagan speech with that, but also to compare the Georgia Lights.
Yeah, I'm laughing here because the aliens could only come when they were off in the weekends.
Yeah.
The most publicized sightings took place on consecutive weekends, July 1920.
I've got an
July,
interesting one for you.
yeah.
So from the 29th of July 1952 to the 14th of November, which worked really well with the Phoenix Lights as well, is 26,040 days. Do you know what the 264 is?
Is it prime?
It could well be, but the 624 is the founding of the Freemason Grand Lodge in London in 1717. So it's an anagram of the 264. But also from the Phoenix Lights, it was 320 months, 1 day. So you still got the 321 there as well.
Oh my God.
But just for reference, just to put a pen to paper, from the Phoenix Lights in 1997, you might want to note down 322 months.
Wait, wasn't that the Skull and Bones, the 322, or?
You might just want to take a casual write that down.
And wait, what were the days to compare? What did you say?
The Phoenix Lights in 97.
The Phoenix Light adding 322 months.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. $1,000. $1,000. What is $1,000 in time?
Not too much.
Well, what if it was 1,000 hours? How much time would that equate to? Anyway, so
Are you still calculating it, or?
Oh no, we'll leave that for you to do. Yeah, so that's really interesting. I'm glad you guys brought those up. It's that's some really interesting links to that November again. So saying that actually now I'm thinking of it. Do you remember the song that came out called "It's All Happening"?
Doesn't ring a bell immediately.
Yeah,
No.
it came out. Mr. Paul sort of like tweeted it at the time, and it was Saint Motel with "It's All Happening," and it was about a man. It was quite a catchy song, and there's a man getting lifted up by UFOs. It was a 2021 song, and let's just see if I can find the release date.
You're saying something there, and it was in 2011 or 12.
June 25th.
I had an American Staffordshire Terrier, a 32-kilo powerhouse dog, and I walked him every night on the same route, like 15 to 20 minutes to the end of the little community where I lived and back. And at one day I was walking my dog, and at one point he stopped at a tree, and on the right side of my eyes, poof, a gray flash. But really, like someone took a picture with a camera, and the flashlight was gray, like gray light. And I was like, okay, that's weird. From there to the next corner, it's like 50 meters. On the other side of the street, poof, gray light. I was like,
wow.
Okay, that's the second time. This is weird. I saw no one on the street. I talked to no one. I just walked my dog, and again, nothing happened because if I let go this 32-kilo dog, he will pull off my arm and he just goes off. So I came home. The first thing my girlfriend said at that time, "Where have you been?" And I was like, "Where have I been?" And the first thing in my head was like, "Okay, these gray flashes, something went wrong." I was gone for an hour and a half. So
Well,
I'm missing somewhere. I'm missing an hour. I have no clue why. I know I saw two gray flashes. I don't know why, or what happened, but I know 1000% that nothing. I didn't pass out or anything. I just did my round. I came back. I saw the gray flashes, and I'm missing an hour.
wow.
So explain that.
Men in Black
Wow.
Pipe.
Oh yeah.
Wow. You got anal probed, buddy.
They took you up to that spaceship and they probed your ass.
Yep.
Wow.
Something happened there, but I have no clue.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I've had, as far as I'm aware, 0 encounters like that. So, but I'll take my lights out scenario. That was quite fun.
I've had something not as similar, but I've had a sighting in the sky. I've once I was a kid, I had my telescope out and I was monitoring the night sky for like let's say 2 weeks during vacation. I would just be laying there, just like looking at the sky, seeing the satellites pass, or if you don't believe that there are actually satellites up in space, the balloons, huh? Um, and I knew the difference between planes and the satellites. And at the end of the last week, I was giving up hope because I was hoping to spot like a UFO. And then at the end of the last week, I saw this. I was about to fall asleep, like I was almost like eyeballing, right, like bumping my head, falling asleep almost. And then eventually, I saw this orange flash, like this very quick orange flash. It went. Let me see. It went vertically down from my window. It stopped for like a split second, and then it turned left, like a 90-degree left, and it disappeared. Never ever seen anything like it. And I thought I was dreaming, but I was pretty sure I was awake. But yeah, that's the only encounter that I've had.
That is interesting.
Yeah. Don't know what it was. I hope I always hoped that it were aliens, but I mean it could have been UFO, could have been governmental, whatever. I mean UFO doesn't mean it's alien, or you just don't know what it is. So
But that's interesting that you said you'd always hoped that. And when I was a kid watching X-Files, I always wanted aliens to be real as well. But the more they're sort of pushing the narrative now, and the more I'm seeing of this fake world that we're living in, the more I'm sort of wondering, should I want to desire them to be real anymore? Because they're, I'm not necessarily sure that they are real, if that makes sense.
yeah, yeah.
Have you ever seen this interview that was from an old secretary from Werner von Braun? And she was stating, she said, okay, there is all this narratives, and at the point where they don't know what to do anymore, they will throw in the aliens. That's the last that's the last card that they can play. They tried the pandemic. They tried a lot of stuff, and the last card they would play. This is what she said. But it's not in YouTube anymore. I cannot find it anymore. But the movie was called The Secretary of Werner von Braun. It was an interview from 2012, and she told how it works, and she told how the aliens will be thrown in as a as a last
Do you,
um,
as a last resort?
yeah, to try to get people into fear.
Do you know if she's still alive?
I have no clue.
Huh.
Van Braun, like Brown, like Doc Brown.
Werner von Braun, I don't think he's
Doc
dead.
Brown. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, by the way, I'm JC23, everybody.
Hi,
What's up?
Hey, welcome to the stage. What do you want to
Yo,
bring? What juice do you want to bring us?
dang. I don't know. Like, kind of lately, I've been on the tip of like trying to relate to some of the it's all fake and kind of come up with another like possibility, because I know that there's a lot more dimensions to it.
Mhm.
There's a lot going on, and I think that from one perspective, it's man, from another perspective, it's creator, and from even
Yes.
another third perspective, it's both simultaneously. So it's kind of like the
Mm.
movie Everywhere, Everything, All at Once. It's like the way that this is all manifesting is because not one person is ever responsible for the manifestation. It's always like a co-creation. Like if you look at COVID, co,
Mhm.
VI being 6, and D being dimension, it's basically a code word for six-dimensional creation. And
Wow.
with Omicron, we reached the stage where it was in the head, because if you look at the Delta
Mhm.
is the last like wavelength of sleep, and it's also like where you're the most like subliminally influenced. And
Yep.
then beyond Delta, after the waking, was the Omicron, and the Omicron was throat, head, and stuff like that. And if you look at the chakras, that's the storm. Like I have a picture that I can actually send, but it's like the map that basically is connected by dots is a lightning bolt that goes up to the 13th chakra, and that's where like all this storm talk is coming into play, because it has something to do with like the process that you go through to get to that crown, which becoming
Wow.
the king and getting to the heaven, and then kicked back out and brought back down, because now you like have something to tell the people. So it's like Santa Claus down the chimney. It's basically the same thing. You got presents for the kids, or the lesser of the consciousness, and it's the same thing with Christ being put back to the earth with the crown of thorns. It's like Saturn putting its limitations of time and space on the physical. So how was that?
That's phenomenal. I love that. I've heard elements of that, but I've never heard the COVID. And it's interesting. I love the storm because from when Trump said the storm was coming, it was literally 888 days to lockdown. So I think you nailed that one.
Well, the
Absolutely.
hurricane, the hurricane has an eye, and if you look at the cytokine storm, the cytokine is what
Hmm.
leads to the crown. By getting that sight, it enables you at that point to kind of be responsible for what happens. Like, and it's good and bad. So at that point, it's kind of like, without recognizing it, you don't really know how crazy your thoughts are and what they're doing to you and to others and stuff. But
Hmm.
once that thing fully hits wherever you're at, whether it's you're ready for it or not, it can manifest into terrible things. And I think what it is that it's the pineal to a certain extent. It has something to do with that, because when you follow that trajectory, it's also the same pattern as the king's chamber in the pyramids.
Hmm.
It's a star system, most likely of Sirius as well. It's just like mirror imaging micros and macros, but essentially it's the path that from the throat to the pineal to the back of the head, and then up and above the head to the 13th, which is the crown. And then like if you look at it like that, it's very interesting, because supposedly if you look at the story of Jesus, which my name isn't JC23 for a catchphrase, like my name is actually Jason Catlin. That is my initials. But
Yeah.
the experience that I had was, if you guys know about the movie Number 23, that's the reason that
Yes.
I'm called JC23, because I created that name on the night of 2003. If you look at the movie and stuff like that, that didn't come out until 2007. And who played the main character?
Jim Carrey.
His name is
Yeah.
James. If you take a look at my name and his name, we have the same exact amount of letters. And it's not just the first and last name. It's the first, middle, and last name that him and I share the same amount of letters. We don't have the same initial for the middle, but my initials are also Jack. It's not just JC. I am Jason Arthur Catlin. And the Arthur is obviously big with the King Arthur story. Pulling the sword out of the stone was like one of the biggest things that opened up my eyes in the past couple of years. And pulling it out from the spine, you know, where they pull the sword, going up the spine, you know, the 33 and all that stuff, getting to that crown. Yep. Obviously, the oil and all that stuff has something to do with it. You know, it's all part of the process. But what a lot of people don't want to accept right now, and this is an opinion, I'm not saying that I'm completely right, is that at the top in the heaven, when you go up to see the Father, that's Saturn. That's basically what I think is blocking a lot of people right now, because everybody wants to revert to 666 and Satan and everything right back to evil and all this stuff. But there's something more deep going on here, you know, like there's something more than just man planning things, and it happens like that, I'm sure. And I'm sure for money, you know, a bunch of people, little boys, you know, play trickery and all this shit. But some of these things are so technical and advanced when you look at them, especially when it comes to, like, you know, the positioning of having to catch a ball or like do something at a specific time to do the thing. I've tried to plan stuff like that, and I know these guys practice all week long and all that kind of stuff, but when you get multiple people involved in something, it's very difficult to have it come out the way that it's exactly intended. And when it has to do with seconds and all these other things, those factors are kind of outside of some human control. So there's years in between some of these things, multiple people involved, multiple different things. Some of it can be looked at with the proper brain and just understood right away that there can be no possibility that any one man could orchestrate some of this stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you're talking about sports games where, you know, certain things will happen exactly the right time, right?
And every other type of synchronicity that you're shown, because I believe that at the heart of it, it's the personal one that you experience in your own life that is the reason why a lot of people are saying, nope, it's all fake. Because if you lack that, if that's not there, that's the anchor point that's going to show you that there's no way that could have happened. And wait a minute, my mom named, because if I went on and told you about why it's JC23, it would show you that it wasn't just that I saw a couple signs with the number 23 on it. It actually like magnified out to the point where I saw every single connection that I had to the number 23, but it came within a matter of seconds, and it showed me depth that I was never able to see, because at that moment I had integrated my brain. My left and my right brain came together as one, because that's what happens. That's what this whole story is about. It's about getting that left and right, or male and female, to come together. If it's He-Man and She-Ra, you know, like He-Man, who is God? He is man. Who is God? She is Ra.
She is Ra.
If they are brother and sister who were separated at birth, but then came back together, the two towers falling, becoming one. Come on.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. Absolutely.
And I think that we can decode things for days. I think that right now, a lot of us, including yourself, like, you sound very interesting, but there's like, you know, we can almost decode earthquakes and realize why they're forming and all these other things, but I'm not too sure that that's what we're supposed to be doing. I just know that in my heart of hearts that the easiest way to deal with all of this and figure it out, and I know that you guys are also on some, like, you know, cryptocurrency and all that stuff. I've kind of kept away from that too, because I don't even really want money right now. I do. I don't want to sound like a fool, but I just know that the more money I got in my life, like, I lived in California, I owned a 10-acre home, I grew cannabis, I lived out there for 10 years, I had it all. And I definitely know that with some of this, when the money came into my hands, especially once it got to like quite a bit, you know, I saw more problems than I was ready for, because my external value outweighed my internal value. If my
Yes.
external value does not equal the same or less than my internal value, then I
Mhm.
am not ready for that money. So I kind of steer away a little bit from some of that stuff. But I know that you guys are following patterns. It like shocked a lot of people with that GameStop thing. And I think a lot of people are now trying to like make something with the money that they have. But the one thing to remember is that we're all going to be put in a position soon where money and all of these things are not going to exist. And we are not going to have food from the grocery store. And we are not going to be able to decode anything that's going to
Mhm.
save the situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, so kind of
Do
got
you-
to look at more
mm,
angles maybe now, I guess, like possibilities of like maybe steering to the point where we're not always doing the decodes and
Oh yeah.
focusing more on a daily life thing, because if you look at your life, your universe needs to spin correctly, and all of the things that you have going on in the past and that have led up to this point, if there's anything that you view as a problem, like anything that you did wrong, anything that you can do that to fix it, that's all we need to do. We just need to fix the past and to make it so that now at the present we don't repeat the same mistakes. And that's all we do. And all of a sudden everything out there starts to change. And that's it. It's like we're interconnected quantum in an entanglement. And if we don't disassemble the right way, we pull too hard. We pull on a cord that's connected to somebody else. That's why people are dying. It's like no group of people is safe from this. It's like there's just somebody that all of a sudden now COVID killed them, and it's like why? Why all of a sudden are these people dying and these people weren't? None of that
mm,
made sense to anybody,
no.
because it doesn't make sense when explained that way. But when you look at it through a box of cords, and I open up my cords and I try pulling the ones out that I'm trying to pull out, and I'm all frustrated and these are tangled, I'm probably going to break a thin cord that's connected. And I think that's what's happening. I think we're all connected, quantum, tangled. And if you
Mhm.
don't go in and start to fix those things in your life the right way, then if it's too aggressive or whatever, and it's intertangled with something else, it can break that other reality's cord. And I think that's kind of where we're at. Like, we need to kind of look at it like we're all connected, and that we each delicately have to pull the easiest cords out of the tangle. So it's like our life, we have to start with the easiest things that we can fix, and then we get to the hard ones. And once you get to the hard ones, you've freed up enough of the easy ones that those hard ones aren't really hard anymore, because they're not really tangled up like they were.
Wow, JC, I've got to say, Twitter has some incredibly bloody amazing people on it. That was amazing.
Thank you.
Definitely interesting, yeah.
I've got to say, I completely agree with the simulated environment. One of the first things I did when I woke up in 2021, and I appreciate your advice about, not feeling like that we need to decode every day. And I agree. I think it will come to a point where I won't need to do that. I don't hugely need to do it, but I'm still delving into elements of that for fun. But the
Me
thing
too.
that made me, yeah, and the thing that made me realize that I lived in a simulation. I love a chap called Logan from Decode Your Reality, but I stumbled across time, decoding time. There's a few guys that just love time, and that's something I stumbled across, and I don't know why, but I just started. Oh, that was why. I noticed some real synchronicities with me and my grandfather. He's not alive. In fact, he died before I was born. And I remember my mother said to me, she had a dream that he was the child that she was going to give birth to. And that sounds like really weird. But what's quite incredible about it is I ended up meeting my wife, and I didn't know at the time, on the anniversary of his death. And then I married my wife on the anniversary of his wife's death. And I didn't know I'd done these things. I was like, wow, that's incredible. And so I
Kennedy,
decoded
Lincoln, Kennedy.
exactly. So I decoded how long he'd been alive, and he'd been alive something like 19,976 days. And I thought, okay, let me add that duration to my birthday. So I did, and it took me to the day of my wedding. Not to the same year, but the same day. I thought, okay, that's interesting. And what else was interesting, in my very first job, my employee number was 227. 22 divided by 7 is pi. But that number followed me for 20 years in my life. And I realized, in Roman terms, sept is 7. And that was the day I met my wife, 227, 22nd of September. It was the 227th day of the year that I married her. And the number of days my grandfather was alive, if the factorization number of that, you get the factorization, was 227. And there are more examples, but just literally, numerically, I am following his simulation. And so there's no way to explain that other than that we live in a simulation.
And what's interesting about that is that if these people that are out there that follow, let's say, Trump or other things that they can see those type of things in, what you just described was that you recognized all of these things from your life, from your experience, from the people that you love, from the things that you have done. And again, this isn't exclusive. This is something that every single one of us has. It's just becoming an observer of your own micro. You get what I'm saying? Like,
absolutely.
If you examine the micros and the numbers and everything, like every one of us has them, we all can understand it through examining ourselves. Like if you look at your thumbnail, you're going to see what they see in the telescopes. It's the same thing. It's like we have all the examples around us in our environment every day that you can actually communicate with. It's all it is code that we brought out into the external environment from our internal. That's why like everything positioned in your house is like a mirror reflection of what's going on inside. It's like if your house is dirty, then you kind of know what's going on inside at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, one big mirror. One big loop.
See, you were talking about quantum and about connections. I always like for people to change something that's verbal into it's something that you can touch. I've met, I said before that a lot of things that I studied and I try to understand came on my path. It was with my ex, it was with other people that I met, and I'm sitting in the mountain in Germany where I own a house, really in the mountains. There is a table next to me. There's a guy sitting, and I'm telling people, and I'm red pilling people about what's happening. And I see this guy turning his head. He was listening. So when I passed his table, he grabbed my arm. He said, "Can we talk?" Long story short, this guy owns what they call a time waver, and it's a device that can translate intentions into frequencies. And he showed me how he put something like a little carrier. It can be water, it can be anything. And here comes the interesting thing. I have videos and I have pictures of it, and I carry it myself. He has this device, and so he gives this intention in writing. This software program changes this to a frequency. You can add it on a little carrier that can be magnetic or water or whatever. And then I would follow this little wire, and on a shelf on the top there stood this little antenna, a little ball. You can look it up in Google, time waver, and it uses a Tesla resonator to throw information into the ether. So that's what triggered me. So yeah, we're quantum connected, but here comes the fun part. You can change the program where we live in. You can change it. Because I have this little, this little coins. I have one around my neck that gives my body, tells my body to give the whole day full power, so I can work all day. I will not get tired, and I have this videos of people not believing. I said, okay, stand on your feet, just both feet on the ground, and I will show you that I can change your reality. So what I do, they stand with their feet on the ground, they stretch their arms, and they push on one arm or just pull it up. And what you will notice is one feet will come off the ground easily because you're not balanced. I can give them anything in their hand that I want, but as soon as I give them this quantum card in one of their hands, I can push, I can pull. You will not fall over. Your feet get stuck to the ground. It's instantly you notice the difference. So there is a possibility for us to change reality and where we live in. And I have this several coins that I use for stuff. I have this it's a sort of a globe where I can put my hands in, and then you can just see the energy glowing coming in and out, and it just cleanses the energy in my body. And it's all quantum, and that's interesting, and that's combined with the remote healing that I can do. Yeah, we're all connected, but we can change the reality with our minds and with technology. It is there.
Yeah, I believe that like almost everything that's been created, and let's say in either direction, like as a thought first or as a technology first, each thing has to be done. Meaning, like if it's a technology that gets created, well, then the human has to be able to do it. It has something to do with like, you know, the possible of AI and evolution in there somewhere, but it's almost like both of them correlate. So like let's say for example, they come up with the meta, you know, and they release meta and they start to tell us what meta does and all that stuff. And then obviously we've reached a stage in our human evolution where we can kind of like go into a world together and, you know, share space together and all that, but they're coming out with a technology because the consciousness led them to be able to create that, because we're at that stage now, like internally without the actual nuts and bolt machine. So there's always going to be a nuts and bolt machine, and then there's always going to be a human part, and that's where I like divide up on the UFOs and all that kind of shit, because whether the UFOs are us from the future, you know, blah blah blah, they're still in a nuts and bolts craft. And for me, like from my experience, I kind of get it. The contact wasn't me contacting another ship or whatever, you know, it was kind of like me coming in contact with the fact that I'm the ship, and that, you know, they were communicating with me wherever they are and whatever they are, you know, whether it's us in the future, us on another dimension, it's contact, you know. So like whether or not the machines do it, you know, all that good stuff, like I definitely know that humans are the highest of the technology. So like even if like those machines exist to be able to do that and make that happen, it's cool and all, but like we have to be able to do that, like, and we are doing that. We're just not really aware because most of the things we're looking for have been put in a movie form, you know. So it's kind of difficult to associate with what time travel might be, or, you know, what a UFO might be, when all we kind of have is like the movie version, you know.
True.
That's interesting.
We are the ship. We are the Merkaba. That is the counter-rotating energy field of light. It's the UFO, the star tetrahedron that exists around all of our bodies. You know, like if we can't see it in this dimension or whatever, like in some other dimension, there's kind of like a counter-rotating thing that's spinning around all of us. And I guess that, when activated properly or used, maybe when we dream, you know, we go to another place. So it's kind of like a ship that we fly in, that we've gotten here with. So obviously we used it before, just forgot, you know. There's a bunch of dust and all the mechanisms and all the levers. Just got to blow that stuff off and relearn how to use this baby.
Yeah. You know, that's interesting actually, because when I was younger, I used to songwrite, and I used to just I had a friend that played a guitar, and I would just sing, and I just let the music come to me, and I found it Like I'm not religious, and I found that I could feel a connection. I could literally feel a connection, and I was just like felt inherently that it was from up above. And now I would sort of describe that as the ether. And the music came from somewhere. I didn't create that music; it just appeared. So there's these beautiful melodies, the words. That wasn't. I don't think that was me. And I had a similar thing in the last few years where I've been trying to access information on this crypto, sort of all these crypto riddles and things that we're sort of being led down, so I can learn and understand sort of this new art of communication. And I accessed the same feeling, and it took me through a great deal of insight and understanding that perhaps ordinarily I might not have been able to do, but because I could understand that exists, I was tapping into it. So where was I getting the information from? What led me to those thoughts? Do I own my thoughts, or are they controlled? Do I have some sort of guide helping me through? It's a real entangled web of questions I have.
Yeah, part of that experience. Would you like me to go on any more about the connection with Jim Carrey and how that relates?
Oh, please, yeah. Open mic.
So some of the things that were part of that experience were like, number one, what my mother named me. It's interesting that you mentioned your connection with your grandfather, because that's where I got my middle name from. My grandfather's
Likewise.
name, yeah, and he was Arthur, so, and that's interesting. We share that sync together. So I was born on July 14th. He was born on July 15th. And I was
Yeah.
born at 11:40 p.m. So like, if you do the math, I was like 20 minutes away from being born on July 15th. And then to top it all off, which this isn't a good part of the story, but it's what happened. I moved in with him when I think I was like 18 or 19 or something like that. And like 3 days later, he died. So
Oh.
what is kind of interesting to me is that after I go through my things in my life and I kind of get to my point where, my spiritual things and all these like, uh, let's say like magic and things start to come, where I start to see that I have these gifts. Well, if there's anybody in my family that I got it from, it's my grandpa, because he was into that stuff. Like, he gave me this thing back in the day, and it was a packaged coin thing with Kennedy and Lincoln, and it had all of those like things on it. That's why I said Kennedy, Lincoln, Lincoln, Kennedy. He was obviously aware of synchronicities and things going on, and he was in the military. And I think for years he, spoke about military and things that were going on. And I think he had a pretty good idea of what was happening, but before internet and before all those things existed, and you know what I mean? So if anything, maybe we were kind of like the same person in different bodies, and time and space couldn't allow us to be in the same place at the same time, and
Wow.
if you look at Kamala Harris, she was like elected or whatever at like whatever date, I don't remember, but like if you look at the wrestler from back in the day, and I love professional wrestling, it's like, to me, it's a crystal ball. I'm about to maybe start doing a podcast on like the mystic, occult, and like synchronistic connections that pro wrestling has. But if you look at Kamala, the wrestler that was around in the 80s, he was called the Ugandan Headhunter, and he had like this moon and a couple things like on his stomach, like tattoos and stuff, And supposedly Kamala's name like means something that has to do with like the moon and everything. And his name was James Kamala Harris. So his name was essentially Kamala Harris, and when she was elected, like a day or two later, the dude died.
Whoa, really? Wow.
Yeah, so as soon as like the Kamala Harris got injected into the collective consciousness, and
One
like
had to
people
go.
knew, yeah, one had to go at that point, and a lot of people didn't really know him. So, like that's why it gets unnoticed pretty much, because I mean, you'd have to have been a select wrestling fan and then, do your due diligence and all that stuff and make the two connections together. But what's even more interesting is that supposedly he was talking about like homosexual activity and things like that existing within pro wrestling, and how like you have to like do certain things to get to the top and all this. And then a lot of people were speculating, was this like an Illuminati blood sacrifice and all that stuff, which, hey, I'm never going to say that stuff don't exist, because it's obviously on some level existing, and there's definitely some of it. But I think when you put on the glasses and fucking glue them on, that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to take them off and then look again and not be looking for the same thing. That's how the algorithm works. It wants us to like constantly be looking for the thing that they choose for us to look at,
Yes.
I don't fall for the okie doke.
Yeah, I know what you mean on that one. It's very easy to fall into that trap of just believing everything's fake, and yeah, it's pretty insane. So that's quite interesting, because I look at my own life, and my wife and I are 3 years, 3 months apart. My children are 3 months, 3 years, 3 months apart. I had my first child at 33 years and 3 months.
Guess what? Me too. My first child was 33 as well. Yeah.
Yeah. This is some insane stuff. And then when I had my daughter, my second child, consequently 33 years between her and my wife, my mother then died 3 months and 3 days later. 3 weeks, so 3 months, 3 weeks later, and I thought, wow, I've always wondered, was there some sort of trade-off there? So it's the 33 is an insane number, and I can't be angry at the Masons and all kind of other people, because it runs through my code, and it's something I need to explore, something I need to understand, how mystically this all aligns, what it means for me on this journey particularly.
That's kind of the thing too, is it's like, what is the end game? Like what are we learning from this, and how does it like apply to your daily life? Like if you look at the Tesla information, like 369, it's like, well, let me apply that, like let's apply the 369, and if most people are like, well, I don't know what that is, well, then let's look at everything objectively and kind of figure out like where it is that we can start to use some of these things in our daily life. Like I like you're doing with the crypto, you're trying to make a living. It's obvious that that's a good thing to do, especially if it brings you cash and it can support a living. But it's kind of like the energy and the focus that has to go into that. It's like the time and all that. I think that's what they're getting from us at this point. It's like if it was just money, you got money. But now they want your time. They want you to have to like look at it and like do the thing and play with it and move it around, and like, just messing around at marketplace is enough for me, man. Like with all the like things that I have to do and time that it's taking from me,
And I don't disagree. But if I hadn't woken up at the same time and this hadn't been part of that process, then I would agree. But thankfully, it's been part of the growth process, because there's a lot in crypto. I take you don't have any exposure, and you don't know what the riddlers are. If I'd explain what that is.
I briefly heard you talking about it, and it's funny because a lot of those same codes like exist within all this other stuff, and I'm wondering if like it's all very similar information, but like the king codes and like the 113 and stuff, and coincidentally my daughter was born on 113 as well. But
awesome.
I don't disagree with it at all. I think that you're doing a great thing, but for me personally, it's just like I get taken away from these other things, and it's almost as if like where I'm meant to be is not a place where I end up with like all that money and then like end up cushiony somewhere. It's almost like I have to suffer a little bit and be able to mingle with the people that are also on that level, because that's where I'm needed. You know what I mean? Like if I get the money, it's going to push me somewhere else, and it'll be more of a like self objective thing. Or if I like get fame, I'll absorb and like, tell people about my experience, but it'll be more like to get myself to a propelled thing of some sort. Like, I don't know, there's something in that takes it away, that like takes that experience away, makes it not valid anymore, makes it a
It does.
job.
Yeah, I get that sentiment. That's the, like your emotional feel to the idea of coming into a lot of money, but isn't that just a manifestation? You're manifesting that because you feel that that's going to happen. So, but if you reprogram the manifestation so that that doesn't occur, you have no reaction to the wealth. You just use it as a comfort tool. Do you think you would acclimatize better to it?
Yeah, I guess no matter what, it depends on like what you're gonna do with the money, I guess, you know, because in the end, it's not really that the money is bad or good. It's the like intention, you know.
Absolutely, yeah,
But
exactly.
I really don't see people doing what I consider good intention with the money, because if it's like to get us another place or to get us more stuff or to get us more land, then that's just owning more. And I think that the goal here is to get us to not be owners of anything by 2030. And I think that's where people have a problem. They're like, I don't get that. I've worked my whole life towards this shit, and I get it. I've had a 10-acre property, dude. I get it. Like, but the thing is that owning owning is a concept that when you put a ring on somebody's finger, you do not own them, but all of a sudden now you do. And money is a piece of paper that they say, here, do this, and then you can have this. All they did to create the New World Order was they let us be fucking owners too. Like, they were all the owners and stuff, and then they're like, hey, let's just let all of them have a piece of the pie and become owners too. Like, by owning, that's how the New World Order, or own backwards, that's how they established the New World Order. It's already been established. It's already done and over with, or the whole government world wouldn't have shut down at one time. There's no way, just like all the football things that you can get people to not do, like in a group or whatever, governments would not all agree to shut down if it wasn't already like that. So the Antichrist is already here. It's already been created. In my version, it's the literal Jesus Christ. It's looking at a Jesus Christ outside of yourself, in my opinion, is what that is. They created that. That's what we then attached to, and that's how we then became owners and started to become manipulated and let them just do all this shit, you know?
That is a really, really interesting. Well, that goes very well. Like, in terms of the Jesus Christ and the Satan kind of thing, I think that's a choice. You can be any one of those characters if you want. But yeah, you're right about the owning thing. You know, the consumerism is vile.
But what makes all that possible? It's the money, and the money is the mark. If you look at money, it's called marks even in certain places. It's just we then accept it as our external worth, you know, and then that's kind of like what gives you everything. And at that point, if you don't have that money, you're not just going to jump in the van and travel the country because you don't got the money. The money is what we view as our faith. That's our God. That's basically what we're doing at that point. And I'm not demonizing any of it, because like I said, I'm still in that boat too. I still want to have a family and have nice things, but I just foresee it that it's coming to a point where we're all going to kind of be in a stadium together, you know, and I don't really think that we'll have all these luxuries and electric and all these things. And like, even if you own all that shit, it's not going to be what it is anymore. And I mean, if you had enough to have a submarine buried into your backyard and you got your nuclear shelter and all your food stored, what are you going to do? You're going to lock your doors and like let a couple family members in, and then the rest are going to have to die. You know, it's just, we're not going to prep for this thing with money and with shelters and, you know, all that kind of stuff. It's much different. It's just, I think we've accepted it, you know, and when we accepted that, that's what did all this. That's what brought it to this point, because we live in a world where you need a piece of paper to have a house.
You know, that's a really interesting concept, and I love it, and I think you're right. Yeah. Simply to own something creates the problem. Wow. So
letting us do that, you know, like letting us all become those owners, you know, and then the more that we did it, the more that we wanted it. And then we also committed usury, because when you let somebody have something, but then you ask for more back in the interest. That's usury, and that's basically what they say. Like, thou shalt not commit usury, and trespass against us, and all these other types of ways of saying it. But you're just not supposed to be like, hey brother, you need something here, and then give me back 30 more.
Yeah, and that's
like
what society has become, hasn't it? Landlords just demanding more and more money from their tenants.
Yeah, while the county like sprays poison everywhere around you and your children every day to
Yep.
get rid of weeds, that they fertilize the fucking grass so that it will grow, so that they can then spray it with some poisonous spray. The whole thing
Yep.
gets perpetuated. Because now we're just stuck in this position of like, well, I gotta have a house and I gotta have a job and I gotta have and your landlord will just make you sign a piece of paper that basically says, hey, if any of that shit in the house is harmful, we're not responsible. And that like pipe that goes to your house that gives you water, it's probably terrible, but we're not going to do anything about it because there's no law that says that we have to. They should have filters on every single pipe that's coming into the house, to the point where it has to be mandated to be there. And if they don't do it, they don't get to rent the fucking house.
Yeah,
and everybody else should be waking up and saying, you know what, forget Jeffrey Epstein and forget like thinking about whether these things are real or not real. That guy outside is definitely real, and he's definitely spraying poison.
Yes. And the dude sitting in that aeroplane up in that sky is definitely doing the same.
Yeah, it all could be a trick too. I mean, it could be an attack on our consciousness, because maybe what's in those planes is actually just hydrogen, and maybe just the concept of it being dangerous is what leads to us feeling that way, and then that dis-ease sets in because of the vibration that we experience. Maybe the chemicals aren't even as dangerous as we've been told either.
Yeah,
and maybe
you know what? I could buy
maybe
into
the science is what backs all that up and makes us think that it's like that,
Although there is the element, like I live in Britain, and the weather here is so obviously controlled, so that we actually then don't get very much sun. So I would say there is that negative aspect to it. But yeah, I like your idea. It could all be symbiotic to create that fear in your mind, and therefore then it perpetuates. I completely agree.
And then the science that they've set up like literally reinforces it all, and then they have a bunch of like educated, smart people that are just repeating data that are backing it all up, We are the weather as well. Like that's, a lot of people think it's being controlled, and maybe they are. Maybe they're seeding the clouds just like they've told us. But whenever they tell us stuff, I almost feel like there's a reason, because most of it that they don't want us to know, they just don't tell us. So it's kind of like we are the ether. We ether weather, environmental, mental. It's our brains. Our brains are the brain waves that go out that get translated into the waves that create the weather patterns. It's all exclusive to the areas of the people living and all of the brain waves that live there.
Wow. We ether and environmental. That is I love the way you're breaking down words. I've watched some great videos of people doing that, but you brought some new ones to the table tonight. Very, very good. Very good.
I'm not really out there that much, man. I just kind of been getting my 2 cents in here and there, and I'm glad that there's one tonight that I'm able to do so.
No, it's appreciated greatly. Please let me know if you're going to do any podcasts. I'm 100% going to tune into that. You are awesome. You should do it. If you're not already doing it, do it.
I did a space today. Are you familiar with Zen of Machiavelli?
Oh, he's my mentor. He's literally the guy that taught me about time.
Well, that's very interesting, because this is who I've developed probably the closest connection to. Like, him and I are the only two people that I've talked to since I started Twitter and stuff, that he's experienced that same 3-day lightning experience. It's very similar to the story I have, much different as far as what we went through, but definitely the same thing. I just know that by taking the simple roots of words, man, like Santos Bonacci was big for me, because syncretism, it was something I was doing before I knew that it existed. So just relating things together was something that I've always been good at because I don't judge it. I'm able to kind of look at it as like possible when most people are like, nope. So if I look at myself as something that most people have no possibility of looking at themselves as, that's because I don't judge it. I don't judge it, and I actually look at things like limitless. So in that token, he's definitely been one of the most like interesting people that I've met. So he was on today with me for a little bit.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, I did a pod with him, space with him a few months ago, and yeah, he's someone I will hopefully never disconnect from. I do. He's got a lot to talk about, man. He's been instrumental.
We're talking about a wrestling podcast. I mean, I don't know for sure yet if it's going to happen, but he and I are both wrestling fans, and then with his knowledge of numbers, and then I'm also there. Like, I'm not like him. He is definitely like some of the stuff he's been doing lately. I'm like, man, like he is good at what he does, but I have a different way of doing it, and like the way that we combine together, it's great, because we just like bounce back and forth off of each other. But yeah, we might be doing one in the future about pro wrestling and its mystic connections and synchronicities and such.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, well, I'll be there definitely, and it's good to know. I'll have a little chat with him tonight because I didn't, now I know that you chat to him as well. He's just so great. He's so full of knowledge. He's so
yeah,
great.
man, he's good. He's definitely good.
And it's interesting that 3 day of like kind of when you said the lightning. My awakening was over 3 days, but I don't think I would say mathematically I had the that hit, but until the last 2 Julys. I don't know if you heard me earlier when I was saying I went through this period of epiphany when I was, figuring out all these sort of riddles and learning about the esoteric elements and Egypt and how it all links, how time links. And yeah, I kind of like had these sort of 3 day to 1 week long epiphanies where I was just mathematically on a different level and just seeing things.
Yes, and hearing it differently, and it's at that point you were operating at a different frequency, and I believe what happens is we integrate our brains so that the things that you're witnessing are whole thoughts rather than like compartmentalized,
Yeah.
So you hear the birds differently, the song on the radio comes in differently, and at the time you start to get those connections. You start to see that some of it is connected to you and that is specific for you, so that at that time, once you're open to that and the frequency is changing, now you're able to kind of look at those things as they're happening as possible, like connection and play, from the universe. And at that point, it just seems different. It just seems as if there's like different look to the sky, different, sound, the way that you're operating and the way you're talking is not contradictory. It's, we're in like a still balanced state. Like I almost believe that that's what it is, because when you take the two and put them together, it's like the middle. It's like taking the left and the right and being in between. Because earlier I started to talk about some other thing like Christ, working your way up to that crown, the 13th, which is what it is. It's the 13th chakra. And like most systems of old, like the Egyptian, it was 7. But in most modern views, it's 13. So if you look at it like 13 is the crown, and 13 is also Jesus being the 13th disciple, then the Alpha and the Omega actually makes sense, because in dimension, waveform universe, and musical scale, it's all the same. So if you're looking at it like that, it's like systems of 12 with 12 overtones and undertones. So it's like 6 overtones, 6 undertones for each scale with a void in the middle. So it goes down like that 12 times. And if you do 12 times 12, that's that 144 number. So it's like that 144,000 chosen and all that kind of stuff. If you look at it like dimensions or music or whatever, then if you looked at it like I traveled through all of them, Now you get to the end, and the end is the beginning of the next cycle. So the 13th is the 13th and the beginning. So it's the 13th and the first. So that's what makes it the alpha and the omega.
Absolutely resonating with that, because that actually, funnily enough, ties in heavily with crypto and the coin that seems to have attracted all of the esoteric followers. It's called XRP, and the 13 and the 1 is everything with regard to that. So where you're looking at duration of 13 and 1, you get the answer, you get the wealth, you get the knowledge, you get the prize. It's everything. All you have to do is follow the 1 and the 13.
Well, we talked about 113 earlier, like my daughter being born on 113. Like that 113 is a like combination of those two numbers, like in one form. It is that 1 and the 13, you know. So it's definitely connected to what you're doing. Like I definitely know that they have all of those codes present, and like once you understand it, you can manipulate it, and that's what all those people have obviously been doing. Like the rich, powerful Trumps and all those people, they figured out how to play with that thing, and they've been playing with it all right.
Yeah, and they obviously there's obviously the rules of the game allow them to do that, but it's incredible, you know, the sheer fact that the numbers align so incredibly. Like, you know, there's quite a few players in these riddles, and yet their start dates, their end dates, and this, that, and the other, with the dates that I believe certain things happen or wealth comes, they all align just so incredibly in sync with the values that they provide to us, and other similar values. And the 113, you know, is a massive, you know, write that number down, and if you see an opportunity on with that kind of number energy, then that's what they've written in. So, you know, perhaps if an opportunity was needing to be in your life, maybe that's why you're here tonight. I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure if I want to play with it, man. I've been there and I've thought about it, and I have decent amount of money to play with too, but I just feel like that right now for me, it would probably be bad for me. And I think that could be my judging it, and I probably would be able to do great things with the money, but I don't know. I almost feel like I just have a different goal and a different path right now. Like if I stick to what I'm doing and what I'm trying to achieve, I think the money will just come. I think it will end up being there the way that it needs to be at the time that it needs to be there, without me having to manually manipulate any numbers or any of that kind of stuff. It's pretty crazy for my brain, because my brain is like a machine, and if I had to add that to the equation, I might just tipple the system over.
But that's just that interesting that you were saying, you know, when the time is needed, the money will be there, and so you believe that, and that's fantastic, and that's like the manifestation, isn't it? But you know, what if you being here, and I'm not trying to get you to get into crypto, but what if you being here on this night with this particular person who's feels he's figured out a lot of the code, tells you that 113 is the solution to the code, and now you've got a free ticket to have that money that you potentially might need at some point.
Yeah, all the hard work that you put into it and everything to go through what you did, and then here it is just being handed to me in a basket, you know?
Maybe that's how it's supposed to be.
No.
No, but that's my gift. That's my journey, because I've always been the person.
Just like I would like to take away maybe the bad things that are going to happen to my children in their life, and like give them a quicker route to like happiness and all that kind of stuff. Yep. It's got to be the way it's got to be, and they got to go through what they got to go through to be able to get to where they got to go. And then if I got a quicker, shorter route to something that I don't really understand, and then for some reason something happens where the money ends up in my hand, I don't think that's the right process for me. I think it's like I like to go through the stages of like the physicality of what I need to do to like achieve the goals and needs, and then like without the risk of any of the moving and manipulating and time being spent. I like to have the for sure things that are like definitely going to provide what it is that I need. And then most of it is to get away from the money. Because if I can be self-sufficient, I don't want money. I want it to be
But
where.
this is it. This is my journey. My wife and I, we're resonating so differently now than we were 2 years ago. We want the money because we don't want the money, because we
So
don't
are you
want
going
to
to get
go to
yourself to a
work.
point where you like don't like use it anymore? Like, are you going to make
Yes.
enough to
Yeah,
get
well,
to
that
the point where you can
we're manifesting the
self-sufficiently not need it?
idea. Yes, I want for nothing, but what I want is to go and experience life. And I've been stuck in the day job route for too long. I depend on the mortgage payments. I depend on the work. And I don't want that anymore. I want to break free. I want to be Neo, breaking through the system, because I don't have the educational background that I probably, should have, but that still part of this system. And I've been given an opportunity, which is a gift. And a lot of us in the XRP community are very, very, we've all come for it. Like, it's almost like a calling. We're meeting people like you constantly in this echo chamber. And it's almost like a calling to us. Somebody has called us, the Pied Piper, and said, come along, invest your time and energy. And I have spent the last 2 years trying to figure out these internal messages. But and maybe that to some is a waste of time. But for me, it's been part of the journey, a massive one. But the goal for us esoterics is that I think we're all, a lot of us, are the type of people who want to get the money so that we don't need it, so we don't depend on it, that we don't change. And then we can be the olive oil dropped into the glass of water that changes the water. Do you know what I mean? So we are those people. And I think there is a calling to us. So many of us are sharing similar stories, similar desires. And although there is this element of too good to be true, and that's why I'm trying to dispel the people that are saying it's going to be worth an absolute fortune. If it is one day, it'll be a very long time, but a lot of people are under a spell that it will be soon. But there's an opportunity for us to improve our life so we don't have to do the rat run anymore, so that we can influence from another perspective, and we can travel, and we can paint, we can draw, we can create. It's all about creation for us. And so I just think it's an opportunity. And if the richest people in the world live like that day by day, day after day, maybe some of them are unhappy, but the ones that are more attuned to the world, I'm sure they're living the best life.
Yeah, it's definitely enables you to, focus on what you need to and not have to be, wasting all of that precious time, trying to make the money. But it's a full circle, man. It perpetuates, like I think in the end, it'll get us to the point where yes, we'll be able to do that. But if it's not like being done radically, like where the money's being given away and like almost like miracles are being created with it, like I feel like individually it'll keep doing what we talked about earlier. It will keep getting us more things, more material items that separate us more. Like what's going to bring us together is when the money collapses, and when the housing things collapse, and when the electric is no longer given. And like earlier you said you wanted to like get out into the world because you've been in the 9 to 5. Well,
Yeah.
I've been out into the world, and when I went to California, moved to that 10-acre place, a lot of people will be like, "Man, I just want to like get away from the city and like, be, self-sufficient and all that stuff." I will tell you that it was one of the hardest things that I've ever had to do in my life. And coming from the East Coast, where I was as green gets and didn't really know what I was doing, I went out there to grow cannabis and, to become rich. That was the original goal. And also to learn about cannabis. And it was my medicine, so I wanted to be able to produce it for myself. And I basically found that like in that process, I don't really know how to explain it, but it's like the more and more that I got involved with stuff and the more money that I got, the more it was telling me that like it's gonna separate me and create more problems for me if I wasn't ready for it. And maybe I'm ready now, but
Mm-hmm.
the point of it is that I want to work a way against it where it's instead of being made so that I can just continue to do these things and support my family, that it would be done in a way where I have such excess like you're talking about to be able to do things that are recognized on levels of like miracles. And that would be the only way that I would be okay with it, is to have that amount to be able to do that so that then it starts a chain reaction of other
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
doing the same thing, you know?
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and I think that that's the test for a lot of people. I think a lot of people that are in this community, most of them will go and buy things, but there are enough who I think strive to make that, and I think that's the important thing is, you've got all the people that are rich right now, and clearly there's something going to happen where I think that shift is going to change. And some of us will eventually be some of those people that may be quite wealthy in the future. But if we come to it from a different angle, maybe there's a chance that some of us are able to make that difference.
Yeah, it'll be what keeps us afloat until the new currency is actually like good deeds, because that will pretty much be like the new currency and the new way to become rich.
Well, that really is returning to the old roots. That's the future, the Star Trek for the future. We all live aboard a
Yeah,
ship.
it'll have to collapse before then, but that's basically where I'm at with it, is that's what's going to fully bring us together. Until we're like ants, then we don't get it, you know? And I think the money kind of pushes us away from each other. It might be able to unite, you know, like I was saying, but I think in the end it's more detachment from the system and forming a new currency, which again, if it's just a piece of paper, then, you know, we all chose that a piece of paper was going to be the currency. I think good deeds could be a perfectly good new currency. It's like, if there's a way to quantify that, you know, maybe artificial intelligence or whatever it is that we use, then maybe they've been doing that. And maybe that's why we get what we get in our life. Maybe like the universe sends things to us when we deserve it. And maybe a lot of people that are in that position deserved it, you know, but it's money. So again, it just might get us to a point, and then at that point, it all has to be taken away because it's an external value. The owning thing, what's going to really trip everybody out is when we get closer to 2030 and we all actually understand it, you know, because we are going to have the flying vehicles by then. It's going to be us, the Merkabas. We're not able to use it yet because just like Prote in K-Pax, if you knew how much energy was in a beam of light, you'd probably blow yourself up, or even worse, maybe others, you know?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I'm sorry if the audio has changed. I've had to change my headset. The concept of AI in sort of our current world. We've got two things I wanted to sort of talk about. Do you think there's been an existential AI, some kind of machine that's been running this reality for far longer than we could imagine?
Yes.
Yeah, me too. And that's kind of how we connect to the ether and why everything seems simulated.
Yeah, there's some stuff that just can't be known that's known. And I mean, I think that it is pattern recognition, but there's things that are beyond pattern recognition that just at this point to me are like telltale signs that something's going on, you know?
Yeah, no doubt. And I know you say you're talking about sort of moving away from currency and going back to good deeds, but I think we're moving into the digital realm for now, and it could be some time before we go to good deeds. Do you follow Archaics on YouTube?
No.
See, he's really interesting. He does
Not Archivist, that guy?
no, it's Archaics.
No.
It's like Arch with an AIX at the end of it. He's part of the Three Amigos with Waters Above Crypto and Logan from Decode Your Reality. You should check them out, see what you think. They're very interesting. The sort of three of the leaders of this sort of, I would say, that a lot of us have found in this community. They're very good. But Archaic sort of talks about this Phoenix leveling event for 2040, and he uses a wide range of predictive tools to sort of see how history is repeating. And he thinks 2040 could be quite an impactful time for us in terms of a leveling event that, you know, perhaps restarts humanity. And I wonder that with everything happening, with technology getting to where it's getting to, all of these what seem awakening events, you know, is there a purpose to it? You know, is this new breed of people perhaps being awoken, perhaps become made wealthy, so that when we get closer to the end, we are, if there is an end, perhaps some of the people who survive or our families survive to the next starting point. You know, I don't know, kind of like the 2012 film where they all build an ark and they get on the ark, and they're the people that, you know, are there for the start of the new wave.
Well, the alphas, the new kids that were born in 2013, so like after 2012, the Mayan thing and all that, it began with alphas. So like Z ended and alpha began. So we really did kind of have like a new generation of new human, like, get born already, you know, like they are the beginning of the new cycle. And those alphas are all going to be Elon Musk. So like every single one of the alpha kids are going to be rich, because they're going to be the richest generation that there is, because they grew up with all of this stuff in their hands. It's just different. They were the first different generation of kids that were going to be different humans, you know?
That is so interesting. Yeah, my son was born.
And do you know why, though? Because 2012, the old world died. Sorry to interrupt, but like that's how that worked, is that on December 21st, 2012, the old Earth passed away and we entered a new Earth. That vibration that was there was different. And if I were to tell my story and, you know, how it connects, all of that manifested at that time by the time I got to that place in California. And I put one phone call out on Craigslist and was like, I'm looking for a house. It's got to have 10 acres. It's got to be this. I got a call back the next day. It was the first call that I got. And just so happened that all the money ended up in my hand exactly when I needed to give them the down payment. And it's just, the rest is history, dude. And then my son was born on, you know, 3/16 of 13. It's the old world passed. We entered a new world. Every kid from that point on is the new human. It's the alphas, and it keeps going. It's going to be crazier and crazier, because each generation is going to be one more step, you know, closer to that whole like end thing or whatever it's going to be. I have no idea. I just know that they're going to have the most opportunities that anybody's ever had. The shit is going to get crazy, but it's not going to be too bad as long as we create the shift to not be so difficult. And that's kind of what I was getting at earlier, is that like all these things are coming, but like if we were to start just focusing on our life and what we got to do, it's going to be a lot easier on the whole thing, because that will determine how big of a shift it's going to be, you know, like in our life and in the collective. Because if you're not messing with that stuff, and then all of a sudden then like you were saying, you want to get out into the world, but what happens if the world like pushes you out there and you spent all that time messing with the XRP stuff, but you could have been in the woods learning how to do the woods thing, so that when we get to the woods part, you know what to do now, you know what I mean? So there's definite things that can go in either direction. It might be the savior, it might be the deterror, you know, like, because depending on where we end up in this whole thing, it's going to depend on what you spent your time on. You know, like we, at this point, probably should know a little bit about hunting and gathering and all these other things that matter, because the grocery stores aren't probably going to be open at that point, you know?
And no, I don't disagree with you one little bit about that. I think there's time. I think there's time for the people that are going through this right now before that happens. But I think that I think that will happen. I do. I do agree with you. I didn't know they were called the alphas, and that's interesting. My son's an alpha, and what's interesting, your J23, my son is 1 month 23 days younger than yours, so there's no surprise that you're here today. And funnily enough, you mentioned the end of the world. Well, the XRPL was created on the 6th of June in 2012. But strangely, all of the data between that 2nd of June in 2012 to the end of the world, according to the Mayans, all of that data is gone. It was corrupt, cannot be found. Their first trace of data begins on the 22nd of December 2012.
Interesting.
Yes. From there on, it's so what's interesting about that, and I'll just give you numerically what's interesting so you know what's to come. From 9/11 to that point in time is roughly roundabout, minus like about 2 days. It's 589 weeks. And if you were in the XRP community, you'd have heard that number used a lot. And what's interesting, if you go another 589 weeks, it'll take you to next April, around about the 6th of April. So I'm expecting between October and November this year to April to be quite a turbulent time financially. I do imagine maybe some more scenarios, etc., etc. But what's interesting about this, the old world and the esoteric, is it's all connected, and XRP is connected, and the calling, like I say, I think, to make some of us who are attuned to it, to give us some freedom, give us some wealth, not ultimate wealth, but a decent amount, and then we go and start learning how to chop wood. And I agree, we should be doing it already, but I do think there's time. I think we've got till 2030 onwards to figure that side of things out potentially.
Yeah, and have a balance. There's definitely, maybe a little bit of each, as it goes on, just like maybe going camping and doing some things where you can, learn about nature without having to own land or any of that stuff. There's definitely tons of ways to do it, but once you get fully invested in it, and once you are on 10 acres and it's like there's no garbage man, and the well depends on electric. So if you do have electric, luckily, because some people where I lived didn't even have electric, we lived on a road where you had to literally like throw a baseball to, get to your neighbor. It's like, we're all separated by a good enough distance to not really see each other and stuff. And I don't know, man, like once you get into that kind of thing, it gets real difficult. Like I'm talking, if you're not seasoned, man, it can break you, like that's why a lot of farmers commit suicide, because it's like one of the most difficult things to do. So it interests me, because when I got that experience, I got a chance to see that like a lot of these luxuries that we have, that we like demonize on a daily basis, like, oh, the water's terrible, or this and that. Like, yes, there are some good points to be made, and some landlords shouldn't be allowed to do what they do. But man, oh man, the government has set it all up for us so that we don't have to do a thing. Because once you get to that position, it's like, you see what it takes, man. Like to have to do all that stuff for yourself and be responsible for everything. It is just not the same, so it gives us a chance to see that, like, we got it pretty good, and that we got to kind of come together, because some of these systems are going to collapse, and once they do, some of the money isn't even going to matter anymore, so like we might get to the point where we all have a specific digit, but then when shit hits the fan, even those digits aren't really going to matter anymore. So it might be that we need to, by 2030, be ready for a life without money and without any of these things that we own, and that's pretty much my opinion on it, is that I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get us to understand that, and like it's getting confusing because people are like, oh, they're going to make us eat bugs and all this other stuff. I think that we've been eating bugs for a long time, dude. Like if you look at some of the ingredients of stuff, and I think like McDonald's and all these other things have been using like mealworms and stuff in their burgers for so long that they're telling us things that have already happened, you know? And to a certain extent, I mean, we're just got to get to the point where we don't want to own everything. It's like it's not our land. It's not like it's God's land, and these are all materials that are being taken from the earth and turned into things and being charged more for. I mean, yeah, it's great. It's business and all that stuff, capitalism. But in the end, like I said, when we all turn out to be like the ants, then it will definitely show us a way that is beyond what we got going on right now, because I think that's where we're headed. And the disasters and all that stuff are going to have to pop out to manifest that so that we at least can experience that, unless everybody gets a chance to do what we just talked about. And I really don't see that. A lot of city folk that need to be able to understand what that's like, you know?
Yeah, I mean, maybe that is what the you'll own nothing and be happy actually means. Maybe there is something coming that isn't just their control over us. Although you could just say that perhaps they're talking about autonomy. We don't need to own our own cars. They want us to live in a rental society, or yeah, like you say, it could be something far deeper than that.
It'll start with the material possessions, because it's the way it's going to manifest is it already is. It's already taken land and things away from people, each area one at a time, you know, and these disasters and things that keep popping out are just going to keep happening until we understand that it's us and that we need to get back to the task and like focus on our universe and let it spin correctly, and then it'll all start to like stop, you know, and like it's never really going to work that way because it's never going to be that noticeable, or it'll cause a shift. And it's always got to be where like mainly people don't notice and it's just kind of transitioned. That's why I think that they have science and stuff, because they want to like have it buffered for people to kind of think that it's that versus like the other way. That's just for the more spiritual ones that have kind of recognized those things, you know? So at a certain extent, I don't blame them for what they're doing. I don't look at them as bad guys anymore. I look at them as opposition that's making us evolve. And, you know, like I said, with the money and all that stuff, I feel like we're going to end up at a point where it's not going to matter. So we might spend a lot of our time in the next couple of years getting to that point, but then something's going to happen that's going to throw us off. And that's when we're all going to have to unite, like completely. And I feel like that's soon, you know, but just not like tomorrow. It's just going to happen like, you know, where some of these things don't really exist anymore.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think having a digital currency is kind of pretty much removing any physicality from this world. Something that doesn't exist, it's just a number on a screen. It's obviously going that way, but yeah, I think you're right. I think between now and 2040, I think we're going to see an immense amount of change, and our children will be at the forefront of that change. Hopefully they will avoid any kind of war that comes along. They're too young. And yeah, who knows what kind of creation. But yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming from, and it makes a lot of sense, JC.
Yeah, if we just stop, if we're not selfish, and if we teach the kids not to be selfish and like, you know, to help people and shit like that, like if we're isolated on phones and like sitting inside of our houses, and like that's what changed in the past like 20 years. So if there's anything like novel about this supposed virus, then that's what it is. It's that we stopped going outside and started going inside and like played with technology all day long, you know? So if there's anything different about our biology, it's that, holy cow, body, I don't see the sun anymore, and all I see is these EMFs or whatever. So who knows? I mean, maybe it just naturally happened with the way that we did what we did. But the way that I look at it is that it's all a plan on a higher level, not the government, but, you know, the creator, and that we definitely will end up where we need to. Like, there's definitely going to be things that are tempting and all that the whole way, you know, and I definitely will let you twist my arm more, you know, each time we talk. And I I could get good at, doing it to the point where minimal time is invested, and then the money that I take, I offer it to people that need it. It's like, maybe that will be something that's good, but right now I have like more immediate things that I'm focusing on, and that's kind of like I was saying earlier, once I achieve these things, I feel like the money will come. It's almost like I'm playing like a little choose your own adventure video game with my life, and there's some like extra achievements that I have to get. I've like beaten the game kind of, but like now I'm kind of going back to try to do the like things I talked about earlier, like fixing the holes. So if I can like do those things, I feel like I've like gotten all the coins and like gotten all the extra achievements and like done everything that I needed to do. And then in that case, there's usually a different ending to the game.
Yeah. This is the thing that, we can think we've got the game figured out, and then something new will come along to tempt us. And you're right. And maybe this is just one big temptation pot where many are distracted and pulled away from reality. And I get that. And I want to avoid that as much as possible. But I suppose, but it has led me down a very interesting route of learning esoteric elements. I mean, your knowledge on that is phenomenal. And that's where I want to be. I want to have time to read and study and just experience life and enjoy my children, which I have managed to do the last 10 years. I've enjoyed them greatly in the environment that I created for myself. But yeah, I mean, sometimes these things just come along, and maybe a month from now you might be feeling different, and you'll get to the 113 and think, maybe I need to act. But that'll be your journey, and if you want to connect with me, my DMs are open anytime. But it's interesting.
I'll definitely consider it. And like I said, each time we talk, like the more I learn about it, the more confident I will be to make a decision about it. Because like right now, it's something foreign to me, and I really don't know about it, so I won't even play with it until I at least learn more about it. And now I've bumped into somebody that I can learn from.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Well, look, have that conversation as well with Zen, because I encouraged him also, and he finally plucked up the courage to take a stab. So just let it sit with you, and I'm here, and I'm just letting you know that I think there's an opportunity in a month from now to delve into it. But then, you need to spend a little bit of time. But that's essentially, if you wanted to just not spend any more time on it thereafter and just leave it to mature over the next couple of years, then that's it. You don't need to put any energy into it.
Yeah, we can definitely talk more about it when the time comes. That'll be interesting for me. I did start, I think in 2022, I was about to start investing in cryptocurrencies and stuff like that, and I took a turn. There was some things that happened and some things that kind of came up that just showed me a couple signs, and I followed them, and that's where I've been on that path ever since. But I have to get going right now. I definitely had a good time. I'm appreciative that you let me talk as much as you did and stuff, because I know this is your space and I kind of like hijacked it or whatever. But like if you want to in the future, maybe do something together, organized or with Zen, I definitely would be interested, because it's good to be able to get these things out. Like I don't find many spaces that I'm able to do so. Like I've been searching lately, and it has been difficult to find interesting spaces.
Yeah, I agree. And there's a lady called Yogini in here earlier, and she's very interesting as well. And there's a lot of good people that come into my spaces, interestingly. And maybe it's just the echo chamber. We're all sort of finding each other. And I'm glad you found us tonight. I noticed we already follow each other, but you've been amazing, and I'm glad you hijacked it, as you say. But yeah, 2022 was an awful year to invest in crypto. It was all about the destruction. The Master Builder 22. So yeah, don't worry. Maybe
Well,
maybe just
I was watching Bitcoin, and what happened was I was watching it go up and then like the down, but then up again to the point where it went up higher, then it went down. And I was showing my partner like daily. I'm like, look, if last week we would have just like put in this much, we would have had this much right now. And I was looking at little ways of like putting in like a certain amount for the day and just doing like trading at points where it was a little higher and just like making a certain amount. And I was like, there's like 5 or 6, even 10 opportunities a day to do that, looking at the graph. And it seemed as if like I was right and that, doing that I could, follow some patterns and do the right thing. But then I kind of shadowed it and did it where I pretended like I put money in and tried to do those things, and it didn't really work. So it like showed me that I wasn't really ready yet, So like maybe. But before I go, would you like me to just maybe for like 2-3 minutes expand on that one thing I was telling you about Jim Carrey and the 23 and how it kind of relates? I think that might be a good way to end it.
I would love that. Go for it.
Okay. So obviously, like you were saying earlier, with all the connections, there's going to be some things that I leave out, and some of these things just had to have been experienced. I mean, it's hard to put it in words, but the gist of the story is that on the night of 2003, it was the New Year night. It was 2002 turning into 2003. And I had a book in front of me called Nothing in This Book is True, but It's Exactly the Way Things Are. And it was by a guy named Bob Frizzle. And Bob Frizzle went to Drunvalo Melchizedek. I know these are a lot of crazy names, but Drunvalo Melchizedek had a workshop called the Flower of Life Workshop, and he attended his Flower of Life workshop. His book was about that shop and his experiences that he had in his life after attending and during attending the Flower of Life workshop with Drunvalo. In the book, there's a section about sacred geometry that's showing the circles being spaced apart in the Flower of Life ratio. And back in 2003, this was not a common logo. This was not everywhere on everybody's car. This was a shape that I had never seen before in my life. And when I stared at the Flower of Life completed, it did something to my brain. I didn't recognize it right away, but I knew that there was something about that shape, because when I stared at it, I noticed that it could be folded in any direction on top of itself. And I had never seen a shape like that. I was like, that's pretty interesting. It's a pretty technical shape, and it can be folded upon itself in any direction, and it's congruent on the other side. So I'm like, that's pretty cool looking design. I just liked the way it looked. It was catchy. And are you familiar with the Flower of Life? Obviously, right?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I've not delved too much into it, but yes.
But you know of the shape that I'm speaking of?
Yes, I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, so if you have a diagram like Bob Frizzle did in the book, he had a step-by-step as far as how that shape is created. And if you have a graph paper and a compass, you can do this for yourself. It's pretty fun. I might actually host a space one day on sacred geometry and just kind of show people how to do it, because it's pretty cool. But if you create a circle that stays within the boundaries of the square, so with graph paper, you can decide how big your square is and like how big your circle is going to be. But you find a spot and you draw a perfect circle inside of a square, let's say a section of squares. And then you go up or down to the center of that circle with the same compass, and you then draw another circle. Now you have your Vesica Pisces. That's the two circles that are overlapped upon each other that create the fish. That fish, or that eye that's in the center, that's where the Jesus fish comes from. It's just a section of those two circles. So if you like highlighted that eye or fish thing in the center and kind of went up a little bit where the tail is, and then kind of went down a little bit where the tail is, you'll create that fish. So it's just a portioned section of the Flower of Life. And that shape, the eye or the Vesica Pisces, is the morphogenic structure of light. That's what that is. So when you then take that compass and go to the right or the left, where the corner of that fish or eye is. I don't know if you can visualize what I'm saying, but you have these points where you put the compass, and you created your two circles. Now you have the eye in the middle, and the eye obviously has 2 points. So if you take that compass and go to one of the points and create a circle, now all of a sudden it looks like 3-dimensional eggs. And you keep going in rotation like that until within 6 movements, it created that whole pattern. That is Genesis. And he breaks it down and he shows it in day 1, being day 1, here is the splitting of the 2 circles. That's the let there be light. The let there be light is the light that is ignited when the 2 circles are splitting. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with like us and like, you know, becoming, you know, fully being or whatever it is. But like the bottom line is that at that point, you are developing into a 3-dimensional being. You are splitting apart, and you do it in a specific ratio until it becomes 3-dimensional. And every single part of our body is developed that way, and that's the base of your spine. That's basically where it begins. So on a day thing, like day 1, let there be light, creating a planet, and like, you know, all these things that they're describing, and also at the splitting of the cells when they're dividing and creating us as a 3-dimensional being. So when I looked at that shape ending and I looked at the beginning of the patterns and I understood that that's what Genesis was telling me, then that was the last piece that my male or logic brain, because your male is logic, your female is intuition. My female has always known that there is God. I just knew. But my male was not convinced. And the male needed to see that sacred geometry to be proven that God exists. So through the understanding of Genesis and seeing that that pattern divided up in its steps to create that flower was the explanation of Genesis, and that was my creation at its most micro level. I was looking at the way that I was created. But it's the way everything in this 3-dimensional world is created. It's the creation pattern. That's what the flower of life is. It's the creation Genesis pattern. So I'm reading in the book that this man did what I'm talking about. And I'm reading the part where he talks about looking at that shape and that being the final dot that he needed to ignite the system or whatever. And that's exactly what happened to me. The logic side was complete. There was like a bunch of dots that were there but didn't have a connection, and that one last dot connect was like ding 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 ding, and it connected all of the dots, and the bigger picture came in. And I'm literally looking at the book, reading exactly what this guy is saying, happening to me at the same exact time. I'm 23 years old in the night of 2003. I'm starting to recognize that my mother was born on the 23rd and my father was born on the 23rd. I also realized that I was born at 11:40 at night, which means that I was born at the 2300 hour. I had the Wu-Tang manual in front of me, which was a big W on the front, which was a 23. I had the Maya Cosmogenesis 2012 in front of me by Jenkins, and it was in 2003. When I was looking into the future of 9 years later being something important, and the 2, 0, and the 1 and the 2 equal 23. So then I open up another book, and it's The Mysteries of America, and I open up the page right to this guy named George Catlin, and I'm like, huh, interesting, he's got the same last name as me. In the 1800s, he was in Pennsylvania, painting pictures of the Mandan Indian tribe to let the world know that they had Bible knowledge, because they used to dance around a wooden object that they called Nu'u. And it was a ceremony that it was basically like a Noah and the Ark. And they were doing some kind of thing that showed that they knew about it. And in the 1800s, this guy named George Catlin decided that he wanted to go live with them. They were the Mandans, and he wanted to paint pictures of their tribe and show the civilized world that these savages knew about Bible knowledge. Well, it just so happens that I'm related to this man. I proved it in genealogy, but I already knew it at the time, because that was me. Like, what I was doing at the time was I was showing people with my Wu-Tang CDs that they knew of things that they shouldn't. That they grew up in areas that didn't have them fully educated, and that they like discovered these things that they kept talking about. And I kept hearing terms over and over again: Illuminati, this and that, self savior, God. They called each other gods. And at first I thought they were saying, yo, God. They were saying, yo, God. They were calling each other God. And it was very different because I had never heard somebody call each other God before. And they were also bringing up the black God, which was very interesting to me because I was like, I thought God was white. So it brought all these things to my mind where I was like, maybe that's not true, because why would God be white? Or why would God be black? Or like, all of these things that just started to kind of like resonate with me. But they're the 5%ers, and they understand like all of this stuff that we talk about. They've known it for a long time, and it stems from a guy named Clarence X. And a lot of it is kind of controversial because there are some parts of it that aren't really that cool. But I'll tell you that they did know a lot earlier than almost anybody in the ghetto what they were doing and what they were talking about. And it was like a total different time frame in the 90s when these guys were out. It was like the golden age in hip hop. So for me, I had all those keys and knowledge to see that like all of these things were related, that the 23s, that the guy that I was related to, that everything there was popping out at that one moment, and that I had entered something different. Like it was like obvious at that moment that something was changing. People around me that were a little bit younger, and it was as if like because what I was going through, there was like an energy or something that was coming out of me, and it was affecting them to the point where people literally lost their shit. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, I had like parents that were like scolding me, that were saying like, what did you do to my kid? And like questioning whether hallucinogens were involved, because it was so like mind expanding and crazy that parents were thinking that somebody did something to their children. It was as if like I pushed them in a boat and they didn't have paddles. You know what I mean? Because my situation, all the dots were connected. Doot, 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 doot. And I had all the building blocks. But because other people were there in that same time and space, they got to witness some of the things that maybe they weren't ready for. And at that point, I got to see how dangerous this weapon, or whatever you want to call it, is. And that there was a point where I kind of like had to be pulled back down from where I was because of these things, because I wasn't allowed to stay where I was, because now I was hit with like earthly problems again. Now their kids are going crazy and you're the one that's responsible. So it's the crucifixion, or whatever you want to call it. It's the point where you get to that point, you are a king, or whatever you want to call it. You've reached the crown, and then influence sets in, and you have to come back down. And that's how it happens. The earthly people pull you back down because of where they're at in their state of consciousness. But then at that point, you learn that it's like a wand, and that there's like an up and a down, and that you adjust your state of consciousness to the different states of consciousness to not create the waves. And at that point, you can't tell some of those people what to do, because they're kind of on their own. And you can try, but sometimes the control can't come back, because you can tell them, hey, don't rock the boat. But they really don't understand that yet. And neither did I. And it was an experience that I had to have to be able to understand how crazy it gets. But then the crazier part happened, where, like I said, I named myself JC23. At that night, I go, I have the same initials as the big man, and I have the same amount of letters in my first and last name as the big man. I'm also going to be 33 years old in the year 2012. I looked ahead into the future, and I'm like, how old are you going to be in 2012? 33. So then I'm starting to think irrational thoughts and think of things that most likely are not true, because in my opinion, there was never a Jesus Christ. I'm sorry if I'm hurting anybody's feelings, but it's a story that I believe is meant for us to be able to experience and then understand. And I had to be that guy to be able to go through that, to be like, maybe I'm this guy, but then be brought back down and realize, no, because there isn't a guy. It's all of us. It's man, woman, child. It's not a white guy. It's not a black guy. It's every man and woman. You get what I'm saying? Like that part kind of came a little bit later, but the craziest shit ever was when, like I said, I tattooed my arms with JC23. I have I am on one arm, JC23 on the other. This was done like 2 or 3 months after that night. Then 2007, the movie comes out, number 23 with Jim Carrey. And if you do his name, James, same amount of letters. Eugene, same amount of letters as my middle name. Carey, same amount of letters as my last name. It just so happens that him and I share that JC connection, and that he had the same amount of letters in his first name and last name as the big guy. And when you looked at it, it gets nuttier because he named his production company JC23 in 2005. So he went from Pitbull Productions, which the dog, if you go with all the symbolism and you look at all of his movies, it's like every single movie has a dog. They're driving around in Dumb and Dumber in a dog, dog this, dog that. In the beginning of Truman, the thing falls from the sky and it's the light and it says Sirius. So there's your light in the sky. That's a dog. And then in the movie 23, he's chasing a dog named Ned. And Ned is 23. End, Ned, Den, they're all 23. Even Biff from Back to the Future is 23 when you alphanumeric it. But both dogs in both movies, chasing dog right at the beginning, okay, Jim Carrey. So he named that company JC23 Productions in 2005. And that tripped me out to the point where I couldn't even believe it. And I figured that out in 2021. It took me that many years to research back on it and figure out what happened. But he had named his company pretty much JC23 a couple years after I named myself JC23. We have all those same connections. He had his spiritual epiphany. That's what made him do that. And he had his connection with Christ, and I had mine. But then we literally mirror imaged each other's experience. You can't create a story like that. You know what I mean? You just can't make that shit up. And to me, I can go on for days. I can add layers to this that I didn't describe. But the main point is that there's a sync there that cannot be denied, that when I experienced it, it was as if I wrote that, because that was my story. It was as if I was hijacked and some fucking artificial intelligence or something took my story and turned it into a movie and trivialized it. And now everything that I talk about gets related back to that movie when, in reality, I had the experience first. So, I am JC23, and he named himself that afterwards. And that movie came out 5 years after my experience, or 4, or whatever it was. So it goes to show that no matter what, if you're an observer and you're able to kind of magnify out and look in at that stuff, you were already pretty good at that because you have a family and you love them and you're able to look at the details and stuff. That's all we need to do right there. It's not looking online and doing all this other stuff. It's more along the lines of just examining our realities, magnifying, looking at all the different aspects, different family members, what their names were. And it's pretty interesting because it makes you get back into them. Maybe my grandfather wouldn't have been on my mind or somebody that I really cared to know any more about. But, after experiences like this, it begs for me to kind of learn more about him, So it's kind of like the ancestors and people from the other side that now are putting things in our path or have already done so. And, obviously these things are meant to happen. Maybe I put those things in my own path, and that's why I'm able to notice them more than others, because I did an extra oomph to, make sure that I received that in another dimension or something. I don't know. But I just know that the way that I was designed with my name and the age and everything, it was meant for me to learn what I learned. I look at other people and I'm like, well, then why wouldn't they have that or whatever? I don't know. I have no idea. Like, I just know that for me, it was as if I had to mirror image a story that almost was designed to make me feel like I was that person so that I could think that and then explain to people what it really meant, because after like a day or two of like contemplating, I knew. I was just like, huh, we are God, and this is basically what it is. We're all God. So thinking that God is a man with a beard that's coming back to save us, I think is a little bit archaic at this point. It's time for us to grow up. And it just so happens that at the time I also had a long hair and a beard. I looked like, spitting image of any long-haired man with a beard, but it just naturally ended up that way because I kind of gave up on some of the things and stopped like, really trying to, make myself look like $1 million and like I needed that 9 to 5. I gave up on some of that stuff years ago before I got to California. I found ways away from the 9 to 5 without the crypto. I've been doing things my whole life to pretty much not work. And I, am proud of myself for doing that because even though I, by some people, would be considered a loser, I have had most of my time to me to be able to think and be in my own headspace, and I, even if I didn't have what I needed or something like that, I found a way to get it. And sometimes I would do it without having to be part of that rat race, so there is other ways too, but I'm not saying that your way isn't right. I'm saying that right now that's probably the easiest way for you and for others. And if it ends up being something that, is able to springboard people into that better space, I'm all for it. And I'm just thinking that it's got to be given to the right hands, because once it's put into the hands of somebody that's not ready for it, well, now you did them a disservice. But there's somebody out there that can't feed their family that really needs it right now. And I'm sure that they'll take it any way it comes, so it's different for everybody. I think for me, I'm just not really needing it or wanting it at the moment. And I think that eventually that might change, but I think by that time we'll end up in some other situation. So I don't even know if I'm like going to spend too much energy on that. I know that I have a direction and a path, and each one of us are probably going to, teach each other a little bit more on that way,
Well, JC, that was a wonderful story. I really appreciate you sharing that with us. It was immense, and I completely agree. I've seen so many synchronizations with my own life that are just unreal, and it really wakes you up. And yeah, the Jesus character, the God, is us. We are every element of that. And I know you need to go, and actually, it's a good time for me to go. And yeah, wow, thank you very, very much. I ran your son's numbers through the code, as both of our children are the alpha boys and the autists of the future. And yeah, his code fits with the crypto dates. So something for you to be aware of.
Yeah, and 316 too is like a super like important number in the Bible and stuff like that. I think it's John 3:16 or something like that. But yeah, there's communication everywhere, and there's things that we can relate to everything. And I think the more and more that our consciousness expands, the more and more that we're gonna find, like it was just the catalyst for me to be 23. Beyond 23, it started, manifesting into 32 and 5 and like all the different variants of and the, points in between that it exists, 1230, and like, there's just so many ways that we can expand beyond our initial onion scratch, where we get past that first layer. It's just like I was saying earlier, my thought is hopefully people don't get the glasses stuck on too much,
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Completely see where you're coming from, and yeah, I agree. And I just hope that the journey that I'm on, and a lot of us are on, is exactly that. It doesn't change anything. It just changes our comfort of our situation, and maybe, just maybe, we can do something phenomenal with it in the future, because I literally want for nothing. But this has been awesome, incredible, and an absolute pleasure. Turned out to be incredibly long space, but an absolute pleasure. And I'm going to DM you separately after this.
All right, thank you, and thank you to anybody else that listened to me. I know I have a ability to talk too much sometimes, so I hope I didn't overshadow anybody or not give somebody a chance to talk that wanted to.
I didn't have any more volunteers, so thank you. Our spaces often turn out like this. There'll be a few of us that will take over, and it will just be that way, and people seem to stick around and enjoy it.
Nice, man. Well, I'll definitely be part of it in the future if you do it again.
No doubt. I'll probably get 1 or 2 more in before November. I've got a few things I want to do, things I want to help people with. So yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, and we'll wrap this up. All the best, and speak soon.
Thank you.